What's up? There we go. That sounds better. It's so fucking loud. What's up? Can you tell where my general energy level is at by the by the music? How are we doing this morning? I kind of feel like ass. But that's not going to stop me. When would that ever have stopped me? I got an okay night's sleep, but I paired that with deciding that I absolutely had to start getting up early this particular morning. And that process has been tough. But luckily, this is a pretty short one today. Hopefully stream will brighten me up. It does. It does indeed. Honestly, the thing that I'm most worried about, the thing that is, I think, dropping my energy levels the most, is you're going to hear my, oh goodness, who's that? Later! I'm not yelling at Alexa this time, I'm yelling at my dogs. Later! They just went out right before stream. The thing that is going to be a little bit, well, maybe not that different. But I am, my tongue has just the most canker sores on it. And so that's not going to stop me from talking. I took my valacyclovir. And so they don't actually hurt all that much because valacyclovir is good shit. But they are just on there and are absolutely getting in the way of my normal speech. So my voice is going to be a little bit odd for this one. ASMR stream. It's gonna sound like I have some sort of unidentifiable accent because my tongue is just not able to make the normal shapes that it makes. It's not going to be any particular kind of accent. It's just going to be something. So, that's going to be a lot of fun. But but part 2. Hello, everybody. Hello. I hope you all had a good weekend. I had a good weekend, I think, if I remember correctly. I had a very chill weekend. And when I was at my last job, even though certain substances are legal in Illinois, they're not legal federally. And I will allow you to piece together what those might be. And so I didn't do them. I was a very good boy. But they famously help you sleep. And so I've been trying them a little bit since I left the company, since I don't have to worry about clearance and all that. And accidentally took too many. And so there are spots in certain areas where I'm like, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, fun brownies, exactly. So that also might be contributing to the general lackadaisical tone. But I'm not on them right now. But, working its way through. Don't overdose. I did not even get close to overdosing. I just have a 0% tolerance because I've never really done them. I mean, I've done them occasionally, but not in any serious amounts. And so I just don't have any amount of tolerance for this stuff. And the company, we assume you mean the company, nods and winks. The company. I think it's probably been far enough. I haven't gotten my last paycheck yet, but that's probably far enough. I guess I can probably say it. It's a company called Honeywell. I'm still not going to talk about the whole fucking shebang yet. Going to give that a little bit more time. But it was a company called Honeywell FMNT, Federal Manufacturing and Technology. It's a cool company. They do nuclear safety equipment. Yeah. Oh no, not Honeywell. Why are people? But most people know Honeywell for like making thermostats. Do you guys know Honeywell for other shit? I mean, I know them for other shit, obviously. Are you thinking of like BlackRock by that reaction? I didn't work for a fucking military contractor. I mean, I don't know. I just didn't expect to recognize the name. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. My grandfather worked for his Honeywell's old career out in AZ. Yeah. They got a big presence. I actually went and visited Arizona. Went and visited Phoenix because the Air and Space headquarters is out there. So I went and saw the cool new toys to see if we wanted to use any of them, and we didn't. But the toys were cool. So I wasn't expecting to recognize the name. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Well, so Honeywell's the big corporate entity, and Honeywell bought the company that I actually worked for. So like whatever FMNT used to be before Honeywell bought it. I worked for them. They do they do nuclear safety devices. So like the safety devices that like, for example, like stop bombs from like falling out of the planes on accident. We do those. Or did. Past company did that. But yeah. So it was cool. It was boring, mostly. And yeah. I just realized I didn't turn on my other light. So that's why there was that one stream where I was talking about like no nuclear mishaps was the old saying. That sort of thing. I've never heard of it, but to be fair, I live in the UK. Honeywell's not like it's like a consumer electronics company. Like you would think of it traditionally in the same sentence as like, I don't know, like LG or something, you know? But I just happen to work for like fucking one of their like government contractor subsidiaries. Nukes for a nuclear place in England. I live right next to Savannah River in SC. A lot of friends. Oh yeah. And I'm sure that they will all tell you that it is mostly boring. Most of your shit at a big fancy place like that is going to be pretty boring. But also, once you get a job related to government, it's much easier to get other jobs related to government. So I know a lot of dudes who got joined up with like the IT department, like the help desk, just to get their clearance, because they'll fucking pay for you to get Q cleared. And then the moment that you're Q cleared, it opens up so many jobs for like places that like won't pay to get you Q cleared, but they'll like they want you to be for when you actually like start working there. So I know a lot of people who were on that sort of track. But yeah, there was a venue sponsored by them with a couple 100 miles of me. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Fucking Honeywell's massive, dude. It's like a Fortune 100, I think. I don't even think it's Fortune 500. I think it's like a Fortune 100 company. It's one of the biggest companies in the world, or at least in the U.S. I don't want to say the world. I don't know that shit, but it's not quite like a FANG company. You know, it's not like up there with Google or anything, or like Nvidia. But it's a big ass company. Sounds like a waste of honey, dude. The architecture at the plant that I worked at was so sick. They had like all of this like honeycomb architecture. It was so sick. I'm not even gonna lie to you. They take that aesthetic. It is not just like a fucking name. They have like they like do shit with it. It's crazy. I walked through and I was like, holy shit, they're not ignoring the honey part of this. They've got like fucking hexagons all over the place. And hexagons are the best of God, as we all know. This whole time I thought you were building drone algorithms for Raytheon. I mean, dude, we did compete with Raytheon on a couple of things. But it was mostly like missile parts. And like in the safety realm, because they do like all parts of the missile, and we just did the safety parts. At least to my understanding. I don't know. I wasn't on the fucking floor. I was doing all internal IT shit. They are far more influential than anyone gives them credit for. Yeah, they really fly under the radar. They're really good at it. Yeah, they really, really fly under the radar. It's a Fortune 100. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Mega, lots of people liked book clubs. I know. Bro, I liked book club too. That's the fucking problem, is I really liked book club. I loved doing the streams. I fucking loved doing the streams. I just didn't love all the work that went before it. It's also why, like, actually book club, and there's another thing that was going to be a series that I only did one of, which was that if you look like way back on the channel, there's an old stream that's like DM Live, I think. Yeah. That was going to be like a game show. I fucking loved running DM Live. DM Live was so much fucking fun to run, but it took so much work. It took so much work off screen that I just couldn't put in for one stream. And I feel the exact same way about book club. It's like I fucking loved running book club, but it took so much work off screen. Sounds like good branding. Oh yeah. Sound dampeners on your walls seem aesthetic stuck. Oh, yeah, that's true. I kind of forgot about those. Yeah, between me and the bedroom. You need minions, it sounds like. I need minions that I can pay, but I can't pay people right now. Everyone that does any amount of minion-esque work for me is doing it absolutely out of the kindness of their heart, and I cannot build up an army of people like that, because I will feel bad about it. But let's see here. Oh, I didn't have any comments. Not to say that people didn't leave comments, but I try to take it from the most recent video, and the most recent video didn't really have much that I wanted to talk about. But I did have a takeaway. I always have a takeaway. So let's chat. I think I realized something about pub stomp combats, because obviously we kind of had like almost 2 back-to-back, if you know what I'm saying. We had like the looters and then the wyverns almost immediately. And I realized something that I think I've come to the realization of, because I'm a big proponent of pub stomp combats. I love them. I think they're so good. They have a lot of like narrative potential and like world building potential. And I realized I was comparing them kind of in my head, because I loved the I really liked the wyvern combat, and I wasn't a huge fan of the looter combat. I was kind of comparing them. And I think that I realized that in pub stomp type combats, the morals need to not be like super ambiguous. Like, the morals need to be a little bit more cut and dry, because the layer of like fair challenge is taken out of it. Or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is hard to claim self-defense when you're fucking Metro Man and and the people around you are like normal citizens, you know? So it's something that I realized is like, yeah, if the PC is going to stomp the enemy, like that's like kind of the point of the combat, it needs to feel very okay that they're stomping the enemy. Like, we can't have like too much moral ambiguity on like whether or not like we're cool with them stomping on the enemy. Like, I think everyone is like pretty much like, if there's like a fucking hornet's nest out in the back of your house, you probably want to get rid of that. I think most people, besides like the most like super eco folk, are gonna be like getting rid of that like hornet's nest on the back of your house. That's not a fair fight. We beat the hornets every day of the week. But it is still like, oh, like yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. That, like, you, a human versus a hornet, is kind of a pub stomp. But it's a little bit less morally ambiguous than, say, if you find, I don't know, like an anthill out front. Like, an anthill, like, kicker is, like, kind of narrative shorthand nowadays for, like, a shitty kid, right? If the kid, like, kicks over an anthill, it's kind of a quasi kick the dog situation where it's like, the fucking ants weren't hurting anyone. What are you doing? I think that's kind of what I realized with this, is the looters, and I think the looters were even more sympathetic than like a bunch of ants, because, you know, they're not ants, they're people. But similar kind of vein where it's like, man, the ants were just kind of like minding their business. Like, I know that they, like, you know, maybe they're like fire ants and, you know, maybe they lashed out a little bit, but like, you're a person, they're ants. Like, come on, dude. I don't know. As opposed to the hornet's nest of like, yeah, those are fucking hornets. Like, even though you win, even though they probably can't really even hurt you, like, they'll sting you and it'll kind of hurt. But it's much less, like, morally gray. People are like, yeah, get rid of the hornets. So I think that's what I realized, is when you're constructing a pub stomp type combat, you want it to feel like getting rid of hornets, not stomping on anthills. You feel me? You feel me? It was something weird. It was something that I had to like really like, and G Hercup had a great comment about it that I don't actually know why. I think it's because I responded to it, so then I feel like I can't use it for comment review, but I absolutely could have. But now we're past it, and I'm not going to go find it. But G Hercup had a solid comment about like why the looter sequence felt like especially weird. But yeah, a perfect example of it not working because of moral grayness. Sam, Scanlan didn't do a single attack against the looters. Yeah, because it felt weird. If the morals are ambiguous, he can get into murder hobo territory very easily. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What a mark. You just explained the plot of Ant Bully. Hey, look at that. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But what if they are fire ants? Look, we're getting into the morally gray area. We're getting into it. But I think even fire ants, people are going to be like, yeah, but they're just, like, I don't know. But if they're hornets, people are like, yeah, absolutely. So I think that's kind of what I'm going after. Is like, you don't even want people to be like, I don't know. Like, but I guess they're fire ants, but are they? I don't know. But if they're hornets, they're gone. So that's kind of where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What about using a magnifying glass? Is that okay in D&D? I mean, famously, Tiberius was going after that. We need to get all of the magnifying glasses in Iman so that we can take out Thordak. Thordak is the large anthill, and we need to focus all of the mirrors. That's probably the biggest loss for Iman was their mirror population. That's the thing Tiberius is going to be the most upset about. Famously. Oh, shit. I didn't start it. Oh, no. Okay, wait. Okay. By the way, me and Mustang chatted, and I got the Twitch ads figured out, I believe. So if you were in here very quickly, you might have gotten an ad, basically like right at the start of stream. But I have them, there'll be 3-minute ads every hour, basically right on the hour. It's going to be a little bit earlier than the actual hour for this one. Oh, wait, actually, I can snooze it. Wait. So if I snooze it, bam! There we go. All right, so it's going to hit right on the half hour. So it's going to hit right at 12:30. So, oh my God, what music is playing right now? Skyrim Tale of the Tongues by Jeff Winter. Sick. Anyways. But I wanted to start Live Split. I'm going to try to keep Live Split going on screen so that we know about when it's coming. It'll be about when it hits an hour normally. Right now it's going to be when it hits about 40 minutes. 40 minutes will be around when the next ad break happens. And then I kind of want to get into a little bit of a rhythm with stream of like every hour we take like a 3-minute break, rest the vocal cords a little bit, get the water, take the bathroom break, basically like a 3-minute ad break every hour. And eventually when, YouTube ads come, run ads on YouTube there as well. So, yeah. Yeah, basically in 40 minutes we're gonna be running the ad. So whenever this hits 40, no top of the hour. No, I decided not to do top of the hour Mustang. Right? Yes. I have to remind myself. We were debating on hour or top of the hour, but it was, me and Mustang were debating this because if I do it on the half hour, then there are basically no pre-rolls for the entire stream. But if I do it on the hour, so I like delayed 30 minutes from the start and did it on the half hour, then we would have pre-rolls that entire time. I think I still do want to do that. I just forgot to change the schedule. Mustang is right about the schedule we should be on, but I forgot to change it. Because I did come to the conclusion that I actually did want them on the whole hour. Well, we'll have one where it's wrong. Eventually, I want to get it to where it's just like basically represented on Live Split. So that it's just like, okay, like Live Split will just be counting up to the hour. That way everyone can look at it and know what's up. Yeah. And I'm gonna put, actually, I just realized that Live Split is like right on the little whiteboard. So what I can do here is I can say, Why isn't this? What the fuck? My tablet software is like on the wrong screen. Fuck. What the fuck is it called? Wait. Bro, I don't remember the fucking name of the software that controls it. Motherfucker. Okay, there we go. I got it. Okay, so. Next break. What do we think of that? So now I can like write on here when the next break is going to happen. So break at 40. Oh, wait, you guys can't see next. You know what? Break at 40 still works. I was going to say next break at 40. That was the little thing that you couldn't see off the screen, but we'll say there we go. Break at 40. Hooray. Smiley face. And then the plan is that I'll basically have like the first half hour that'll be just chatting. It'll be like my takeaway, the comment review, and then we'll run the first ad. And then after that first ad is when we'll like definitely start the episode. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good for pacing. I'm kind of stoked on it. I'm not going to lie to you. Also, I'm coming more and more around on the idea of full episodes. I think I can do it. And I'll tell you the other reason that I'm actually potentially moving up the timeline of changing the schedule yet again is because of scheduling out Dagger Heart. Scheduling out when to do the Dagger Heart playthrough. It is like right now 2 out of my 5 stream days, if I'm going to do Dagger Heart, are going to fuck up the schedule. That's honestly, that is what I am realizing is like trying to like set up these collabs. That is one of the things that I'm most like, oh, fuck. Like that, I don't know if I could do that long term with the half eps. Because if I have to miss a half ep, or if I have to delay it, or if I have to cancel it for some other stream, it throws our whole schedule off. Whereas, like, if I was doing 2 full eps a week and I had to cancel one of them, that slows down our pace that week, but it doesn't, like, totally throw off the schedule to where I have to, like, do a bunch of extra communication and a bunch of extra rescheduling. So right now, tentatively, I'm either thinking Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday. I don't know yet. I also thought about Monday, Thursday, because that would basically give the longest amount of time between the 2 episodes to give my voice the most time to recover. But also, like, aesthetically to my brain, Monday, Thursday feels disgusting. Monday, Thursday, there's absolutely no symmetry to it. Like, even Monday, Wednesday has a bit to it where it's like, it's like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but you drop Friday. There's something with Monday, Wednesday. Tuesday, Thursday makes perfect sense to my brain. But Monday, Thursday feels gross. Yeah, I know. It does seem good logistically. That always helps, Q. That always helps. So that's the thing, right? Is that Monday, Thursday, like, I do not grok the symmetry. Dude, that's honestly, I think that is one of my biggest roadblocks as a creator, is my brain has these, like, stupid, like, aesthetic rules in it. Of, like, I felt weird putting full episode on a Wednesday because I couldn't come up with, like, a neat name for it. Like, and like, that was, like, a not insubstantial negative in my brain, which is fucking stupid. Like, I don't want to mince words about this at all. That's stupid as hell. But something about it just doesn't feel right to me. Gosh, why didn't the person who invented the week give it an even number of days? That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. OCD, it's fun. Dude, I actually think a lot of my personality traits, or not like my personality traits, but a lot of like the things that like really bother me do have a root in my ADHD. Like I have pretty substantial ADHD. And I legitimately think a part of the reason, as I got older, I used to be like very chaotic, very disorganized, and especially when it started coming to my work. Personal life, I'm still very disorganized. But when it came to my work, I found that I needed to employ certain tactics to be successful. Like, I am the person that always has a 100% clean, zero email inbox. At work, at least. Like, zero emails in the inbox. They all get organized. Because I realized if I let it pile up, I will never look at my email. That's kind of what's happened to my personal. I need to go through and clean out my personal. Because if there get to be too many, it just doesn't. So I honestly think that part of the reason that I really like the symmetry or the like nice little heuristics is because it helps me remember what's going to be on that day. Of like, yeah, like Tuesday and Thursday, like those have like their places in the flow of the week. So I can remember during that flow of the week, that is when Critical Role happens. Same thing with like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Full Episode Friday, or whatever. Like they all have very distinct places. Whereas like the Monday, Thursday thing is it's like there's no place. There's no like natural feel to why those are on those days. And so I'll just have to fucking remember it. And that's not something that I'm very good at. Try thinking of a different calendar system or focusing on even, uneven numbered dates. Potentially. There's potentially something there. But I think that the days of the week are easiest for most people to grok because, or to keep track of. I shouldn't say grok. The days of the week are easier for people to keep track of because we build so much of our like time and days and experiences around the weekend. So you should poll community, see if they prefer. I should. Yeah. I will. I absolutely will. All right. When I name a personal project, even when it's the only word myself, I myself will have a reference. I can make a major difference to my success. Yeah. The only thing about Thursdays is that is CR day. I have heard. Which I have considered, but it starts like I think much later than I would start. So it kind of depends on like how long full episodes are gonna take me. So I'm going to kind of see how Wednesday goes to see if Thursdays are feasible. Which seems really stupid, but at this point I've just accepted that I have to roll with it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. 9 p.m. on Thursday. Yeah. So we'll have to see. The other thing is, John told me that there's basically a... There's basically like a whole kind of slew of stuff coming up. Where like there's like a Battle Royale episode, then there's a Q&A, and John was talking about like, you know, should we do the Battle Royale? Should we do the Q&A? A lot of bingers like skip those two, but then they do have some good stuff for the watch through. So, you know, we were talking about like polling chat. Before I poll chat, because originally, I'll tell you, Dagger Heart, we had a day for Dagger Heart, but I didn't announce it yet because not everyone had officially said yes. And then it turns out that day did not work. So... I'm not entirely sure what the plan will be for next week. I'm not entirely sure what the plan will be for next week because we're still trying to plan out the Dagger Heart stuff. So like Dagger Heart could be on Friday, could be on the weekend, could be on Monday, could be on like Thursday next week. Like we're trying to get it figured out. So I do plan on polling you guys both about the potential schedule changes and the day changes, and also the Battle Royale and Q&A episodes. But I am so currently uncertain about what the schedule will be that I don't think I can poll yet. So hang with me. I'm figuring the schedule out, and we'll go from there. Anyways, I think that's it. I think that's pretty much it on the what do you call it? I'm trying to think of the word. It's a tough day. I was like, should I? Because I have to ration my medication right now because there's a big old shortage. So I was like, should I take it today? Probably should have. In retrospect, but we're here now. Timestamps, got the timestamps. So it's a pretty short second half. 2:19:49 timestamp after they break. They do a hard cut right to the stop of post break footage. Okay, so we're basically right here, and then this half episode is only like an hour and 18 minutes. So potentially shorter. I was thinking about doing Kukuro either tonight or tomorrow, partially because this one's shorter, but people were like Kukuro on Thursday, so I think we're doing Kukuro on Thursday. It seems like we had at least 5 people say that they were interested in the Discord. So if you're not in the Discord, I'm gonna put something out on YouTube community tab. But I think right now it looks like it was like 0 to 5 on Discord. So I think Kukuro on Thursday, which if you don't know is like kind of Jackbox-esque, but you guys more directly play the games. So I think we're going to do some Kukuro on Thursday. And then tomorrow, if I can get my shit together, if I can get my ducks in a goddamn row, then maybe we'll have a coding stream. More than likely, not going to get the ducks in a row. So we're probably instead going to have a Baldur's Gate 3 stream. Or potentially a Minecraft no mic, depending on how this is doing. So, also, I'm not gonna leave that. Oh, remind me. Nah, don't remind me. All over the place today. I need to find a mod for the Minecraft server, because I realized that right now, me being the only mod of it is probably not good long term. And there are plenty of people that are very active in it. So I need to elevate a mod of that, and then I also want to start a modded Minecraft server. Of a mod pack that I've been wanting to play forever. And one of my friends brought it up to me yesterday, and I was like, oh man, I really want to play that. Announcements. Oh man, people really trying to figure out what I was saying. I don't even remember. I picture everyone making characters for your game looking excitedly at the ribbit. Yeah. Do X during Mega's pre-ramble fondly. Thank you. I have anti-rivet for myself only. Others are welcome. I agree. Coding stream? Yeah, I want to do a coding stream of the Unseen Servant, because right now something's fucking wrong with it. And I don't know what it is, but I think it has something to do with my NAS connection. And that, in order to troubleshoot that, I will need to fuck around with IP addresses. So I need to figure out how to show things without accidentally leaking my fucking networking information. So yeah, Minecraft no mic. Yeah, Minecraft no mic. There are people on it who are very active. Yeah. Yeah, people are absolutely very active. It's like Deadly, Sign, Tai, AKF. A lot of people have, I don't want to say people have similar names, but I group a lot of people's usernames by their first letter, and there are a surprising amount of A first names of like regular people. So I have to, I like group them all together in my head, and that's not good for the A ones. Which is what's the mod pack? Not Sevtech. Interactions. I've wanted to play interactions for so fucking long, dude. I got like 10% of the way through on a friend's server, and I fucking love interactions. So I want to do that really bad. What programming language would that be in? It is in JavaScript. But it has it uses a not plugin, but a God damn it, I'm forgetting words today. It uses the Discord API, but it also uses Discord.js, which simultaneously makes the Discord API much easier to interact with and makes JavaScript feel a bit more object-oriented. It also uses Discord.js is based on Node.js, which if you know Node.js also makes JavaScript a bit more object-oriented. So it's JavaScript, but with a bit of an OO lean, I would say. You're live when I'm not asleep. What is this madness? What up, Blue? How you doing? Good to see you. Look, this is the new bright and shiny start time is 11:30. It's very Euro-friendly. I'm just saying. For those of you who don't know, Blue is a wonderful content creator. I did an interview with him for his shit. I think there's a video of it on my channel, but he also made some delightful shorts out of it. So anyways, thumbs up to Blue, friend of the channel. Something like Deadly would be a good pick if they're up for it. Yeah. I still don't understand how that is supposed to work, the roleplay campaign in Discord, and I've not been able to assign the spoons to figure it out. Yeah. I know, AKL. I shouldn't have released the Unseen campaign when I did. I really wanted it to be this entire year. But honestly, I might shelve it as a actual thing. Like, I might keep, like, the roleplay sections open, but I might shelve it as an actual thing until next year, because I really like the idea of it being a yearly thing, but we've missed so much of this year where it was just, like, really underbaked that I'm debating shelving it until next year. The actual, like, hard mechanical stuff, at least. But we'll see. The coding streams might change my mind. I'm a regular A. I want to change this nickname to Timpanist. Oh, yeah, you are Timpanist elsewhere. Yeah. What up, Hyken? How you doing? I touched my nose as soon as the recruitment of mods was mentioned. JavaScript, not a bad language, just a bad rap. Look, I'm a real object-oriented fucking shill. I'm a C# apologist. So, you know, more scripting leaning languages aren't traditionally for me, but JavaScript ain't bad. And honestly, I don't really think most languages are that bad. I got big Python hate in my heart, but I got no reason for it. I have absolutely no reason for it. I just hate it. I have no answers for you on why. I just do. So yeah, I don't know. Real men program in C++. I mean, that's just true. Get down to the fucking hardware level. What the fuck are we doing up here in all this abstraction? Get me some fucking hardware level assembly modifications in C++. Why would I be fucking around in C# or Java? Come on. I'm taking a Python class right now. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Most languages are not that bad once you get into them. Back when the bugs were actual bugs. Exactly. Anyways, we've been starting for a little bit. Let's get into it. I just like to update you guys on my mindset, on the current things running through my brain, on my current priorities, so that you guys are aware. As you can tell, I'm a little flighty when it comes to that shit. But that's me. That's me, baby. And there's no audio. Why would there be? We don't need audio for the start. I forgot that I muted this tab, which was a good decision, because then I could pull it up while, the intro stream was going. I'm getting a little bit better, I think, at setting up the stream. We're figuring it out still.
Just a few minutes, guys, if you want to hang tight. And we'll see you here shortly. Jumping back in, as the party regathers themselves after the battle with these lizard folk and wyverns in the center of the city of Amman, you slowly make your way back.
Also, I did look into crowd control. It is both easier and harder than I thought. So one of the things I'm looking at right now, in terms of crowd control, in terms of like making chat be a more active part of the stream, is honestly, essentially, if I want to stick with Nightbot or not. Nightbot is one of the more, is probably the most popular bot, maybe besides Moobot. Turn up CR, sure. It's definitely on the order of like most popular bot, but there are some certain aspects that make it not harder to implement the crowd control, but a little bit weird. So yeah, I'm debating sticking. I saw a piece of hair and I thought it was a bug, but it was just a piece of hair. Anyways, yeah, so I'm trying to figure out crowd control, and I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to stick with Nightbot. So that's where we're at there. Speaking of like the how you guys can help, thinking about the time codes for those other videos, trying to figure out crowd control, because I think that'd be really cool. And I will let you know.
Through the streets towards the north, passing through Abadar's Promenade, finding the building that was previously brought to your attention thanks to Garthok.
Should we have taken a short rest, though, before we head down to the Clasp? Because some of us have taken some hits.
We'll take a breath in the.
Okay. Before we head down?
Yeah,
right.
in the basement.
So you guys find the building that was brought to your attention. You head down into the same cellar, keeping tabs on the external trap that was brought to your attention by Garthok last time. Make your way inside. There's the same barrel in the far corner. You pull the top off, and there indeed is a a ladder that leads down underground.
This is why I left Trinket. Because you wouldn't have been able to come down here anyway.
Hey,
Just so you know.
Search that shit, Max.
It's very claustrophobic.
So we just got ladder down, that's it?
John, you're right. John, you are right that it is not.
John, let's heal up.
Can I hit dice it
Let's
up?
I need to hit dice up as well.
Well, I'm fine, so while everybody is...
I would not like to take a short rest.
Oops.
Oh.
I lose all my fancy features.
Do you need any healing then?
Just do some push-ups. Just do some push-ups while I check this
I have
ladder
a
out.
potion, I'll take it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna check for any traps on this ladder or anything. Yeah?
Yep, go for it.
Oh, yeah. Could she heal me instead?
Yeah. I'm gonna heal
23.
you. At a level 2.
Looking at the barrel, there are no traps currently set and it's not locked. The only traps are on the outside of the cellar, from what you knew previously, and that mechanism had already been shown to you by Garthok, so that was easily disabled.
Okay. I'm not gonna go crazy. I'm just gonna go to the bottom of the ladder. And I go.
Okay. So while you guys are taking a rest,
30 for stealth.
okay, you drop down the ladder. As you head down what probably comes to about 15, 20 or so feet into pitch black, It's completely dark down there.
Pitch black, okay.
Do you have any light source, or do you want to?
I've got flame tongue dagger.
That's the reason to test as little as possible. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, rest. Never want to rest if you're Travis nowadays. Matt will have to start doing some exhaustion shit. He'll have to. Because, yeah, Travis is absolutely never going to want to rest. I will also say... Nah, it's a big side tangent. Never mind.
Okay, so pull the flame dagger, puts on like very, very low candle light, and kind of opens up the vicinity to you as your feet splash down into very, very, very shallow, a couple inches shallow water. Looking around you, you are in a subterranean sewer system. The smell hits you as you hit the bottom of it. This is the entire underbelly of Iman, and there is just a slight sound of trickling water that's rushing through this tunnel that you're currently standing in. The ladder drops close to about a foot above the floor before it comes to a complete stop. Looking to your right, it descends a little further down, and that side you can hear. You can make a perception check.
22.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I'll go really fast, Vanler. Because it's totally unrelated. It's not even a tangent. It's like a fucking... I don't even know what another... It's a totally separate street. It's not even a tangent, really. But another thing with the half episodes, because I remember when we started doing the half episodes, it was like, wow, vibes are so much better, because they were. But part of that is because I wasn't just trying to keep things generally short because I really wanted it to be short. It was mostly because of how late the streams were going. When I was doing full episodes starting at 5 p.m. my time. So now that we can start earlier, I don't have that pressuring me to do half eps. That was the tangent. It's a very tangenty tangent. I don't think Travis is new to exhaustion rules. He's a berserker after all. That's true. But I don't think I've ever seen his exhaustion come up. It is very possible. See you later, Braca. It is very possible that there have been some times where he has disadvantage because he has that level of exhaustion. But I haven't really seen it come up. It might just be coincidental that, whenever he's fucking berserking or frenzy raging, he, just so happens to be, going into a stage where it doesn't really matter that much. But, yeah, I don't know. I haven't really seen that be important. But, to your point, yeah, he absolutely is not due to exhaustion. At least he shouldn't be. So yeah, I think if you're gonna have this very clear incentive not to rest, you gotta give him those exhaustion penalties. He used reckless attack all the time, so it wouldn't matter. True. Yeah. Travis doesn't do many ability checks. Yeah, a bit. But anyways.
To the right of you, which would be the eastern tunnel, you can hear the sound of trickling water growing louder, almost like the stream meets another. As you listen to the left, the stench.
I will say that's also that is a positive and negative to having this many people. I was talking the other stream about if you're going to do a head-to-head, one of the things you need to keep in mind is the lack of flexibility, the lack of options that your party is going to have. Having this many people, you're just going to cover a wider range of skills and abilities and resources and features. One of the reasons, someone's saying Travis doesn't do many ability checks, so honestly, exhaustion doesn't matter nearly as much for him as it might for maybe a more normal barbarian, is that the only check he would really ever do is athletics. Every other check is absolutely handled. And normally, I say normally, within something like a 3 or 4 person table, barbarian's going to have a skill that is not strength. And you know what? Even if we say that they max out their strength and their con, they still have another that's probably going to be relatively high. Maybe their wisdom, maybe their dexterity, probably not their intelligence, but maybe their intelligence, maybe they're a smart barbarian. And it's probably going to be their dex because, that of their unarmored defense. But there are still plenty of dex skills that the barbarian could engage in. They're also probably proficient in things like intimidation. But when you have another person who's very good at intimidation, you actually have kind of several that are good at intimidation. You don't really need Travis to do that. So there is this interesting concept of specialization, of people never really doing things that they're bad at, if that makes sense. Like, the more people you have, the more you can specialize. Like, the less things you have to cover, but the less often you're going to do something that you're mid at. And very, very rarely are you ever going to do something you're bad at, unless you are basically choosing to be bad, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So, and this isn't a bad thing. I think it really works for like a very high heroics campaign where like people are constantly just flexing the shit that they're good at. But it does present a little bit of an odd factor when you have something like Vax versus Grog, where they are both combat powerhouses. Like, Rogue is not a slouch in combat. Like, we have the whole assassin baby short for a reason. Now, I think if you totaled up their damage, Grog probably... I was about to say he probably does more damage, but that's a maybe. It's very debatable in my head which one of them is more effective during combat. And I will tell you with great certainty which one of them is accomplishing more skill-based challenges outside of combat. Because not only is the rogue pretty decent in combat, no slouch, they have expertise, they have not stroke of luck. Stroke of luck is their capstone. Reliable talent. Like, they have all of these things that make them great at skill checks. It's actually, God, Dagger Heart really is the new bit D. One of the things I like about the Dagger Heart progression is that the way that the level ups go, the fact that the level ups are pretty standard for all of the characters, like at least like the standard of what you get, and then you have your domain card stuff. But because the upgrades are standard and you can't progress in both like out of combat and combat stuff, like generally, or you have to do something that, kind of like cuts the middle. I think that specialization will work a little bit better because right now Rogue is specialized in both, kind of. And Barbarian is specialized in only one. Now, again, I think at a smaller table, at like a 4 or a 3-person table, you're going to notice this less because the Barbarian will just have to do stuff. There will be stuff out of combat that the Barbarian is better at than the rest of the party. And so this presents a little bit of a challenge for a DM that has a larger table to consistently put challenges that are out of combat and that it feels like Grog is the best person for. Like, whenever he puts a trapped door, it feels like Vax is the best person for the job. It's just how it goes. If there's a mechanical contraption that or something that needs to be researched, feels like, Percy's got it. If there's anything like animal related, it's one of these two. Or nature related, it's Keyleth. Like, they all kind of have their things. He's the strong guy. So you have to like consistently target him with strong guy stuff because of how hyper specialized they are, you're not going to be able to target him with basically anything else, which I do think might lead to them becoming a little one note, unfortunately. But that's also not a bad thing. Like, I remember in my interview with Super Geek Mike, we were talking about how one of the kind of big or not redeeming qualities, but one of the big like themes of Vox Machina is that they take established stories and established themes and established tropes, and they just do them the best way. Grog is one of the best examples of the stupid strong guy. He's one of the best examples I've ever seen. Matt is taking a dragon arc and making it the best dragon arc. He took a vampire arc and he's making it the best vampire arc. And I think that if that's what you're going for, a ton of players works for that because it pushes them into niches. It's just that the construction of D&D, some people's niches are a little bit wider than others. But again, that's not like a fundamentally, like, there's not something fundamentally wrong with that. It just presents a challenge to you as a DM, I think. But they also don't know about initiative being an ability check. Yeah. But that's something I don't blame them for not knowing. That's something that I think a lot of people don't know. Switching to full episodes feels right. It's easier to absorb tech issues and episode bumps and allows you more days to do other content. Your voice is the limiting factor. I know. Which is why Mondays and Thursdays make sense, but my stupid brain doesn't like it. Mondays and Thursdays, I think, makes the most sense on paper. It's just that my brain is like fundamentally disgusted by it. But we'll see. Which makes group checks stand out more. It absolutely does make group checks stand out more. I agree. Yeah. Vax nearly one-shot a Mind Flayer. Yeah, true. Think of how this is different in Dagger Heart. Yeah. It's absolutely different than Dagger Heart. All right. Okay, we gotta speed run this. We got 40 seconds. Also, funnily enough, besides Grog, the gnomes and Keyleth are the only ones proficient in athletics. I really like the use of saving throws to reward PCs that tend towards low skill proficiencies. I like strength saving throw to shield the party from an avalanche. Ooh! John, that is great. John, that is a very good example of targeting. And again, I want to stress with all this right before we wrap up, none of this is bad, but if you're at a table with a lot of people, you're going to need to be thinking like John. You're like John Elliott. You're going to need to be thinking like that about ways that you can make the strong guy stand out. And with that, we're going to run ads, get some water, and I'll be right back. Okay. Ads are starting. YouTube can still see me. But we're gonna throw an ad on. We're going to throw some music on, and I will be right back. And we're back. Welcome back. Yeah, so I think that'll be like a general pace for a little bit. I kind of like that. Oh, wait, and I need to start the new timer. So now the next break will be when the timer hits about an hour. Oh, and the Microsoft whiteboard is not big enough to show that. Wait, we can do this. There we go. Yeah. I am Scottish in heritage. Forsyth is a cool surname. I agree. I very much agree. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller so that I can make that a little bit bigger, but still have it. There we go. Perfect. How often do they say forsooth, Forsyth? Oh, lol. Okay, anyways. Critical Role. What up?
Pretty rough in this part. To the left, you can see the tunnel is a very, very faint, dim yellow light that is just shifting ever so slightly in the distance as it curves around out of view. And it is level to where you are right now, with actually a slight incline for a little bit.
Vexalia, there is a long tunnel down here, and there is a bit of faint light. I have Percy's fancy rock. I am not planning on doing anything crazy, but I think
You don't have the rock doesn't work until we sleep. You don't have anything.
Well, technically I do still have it. Regardless, I should go ahead, and if there's anyone to talk to, I should talk. I'm not going to go yet. I'm going to wait till you guys have rested and come down to it's pitch black down here. I'm not running ahead. I'm better at this shit than you and the rest are, so take a rest. I'm going to sit here.
You're better at talking than the rest of us are?
Dude, Vex is giving it to him. That's so funny. Oh, man. I mean, what he just said is kind of exemplary of what we were just talking about, right? But damn, Vex is giving him some sass today.
Sometimes, Stubby, yes.
How will I know if you get into trouble?
But I also like him immediately defending himself, being like, look, I'm not gonna run away. Like normal. That's very much what the implied part of that felt like, was like, you know, like normal.
And your hands are tied.
Run ahead.
Do you need me to come?
We can all hear you.
Yeah, these things are not
Stubby, could
singular.
you come down here?
Yeah, no, everyone can hear you.
Hold on just a moment.
Wait, who'd you call for?
Just a moment.
Mind the gap.
You splash down into the sewer system.
Fuck, it smells down here.
Yeah,
Do I have to step in the water?
probably. Come here. Alright, so for all these guys, you were being stalked by someone. I don't know for what reason. I don't know who the person was. I don't know what they wanted with you.
Stalked.
Someone wanted you, and I don't know who.
Everybody wants me.
The Clasp was going to get you for them,
Okay.
and I stopped that from happening.
Okay.
I followed you one night, or rather followed this person following you, and met the Clasp. And I made an exchange with your life.
What?
I went and got someone else. And
said it was me. No.
not immediately. You're almost on it. They told me to get a body. I got a body, a living body. A child rapist. And brought him to the Clasp. And they brought out.
Okay, yeah, before we move forward, gonna highlight G Hercub's trigger warning there. Whoa. Yeah, trafficking and child essay. Okay. I mean, we know after the Sun Tree that, dark shit, while it seems to potentially be like a veil, it absolutely exists within this setting. It is not a line. Okay. We're going forward.
Out a stick. Really, it was made of human tongues.
A stick of human tongues.
Yes. They touched it.
They
The
touched
fuck
tongues.
nut.
Okay.
And he turned into you.
What the fuck?
And they took that guy for whatever. And in exchange for your life, I have this. And they are allowed
What happened
to
to
call on me when they want.
Okay.
So, I know that we've run in and out a couple of times, but we're going in. You can talk my fucking ear off in a moment, all right? Just shut up for a second. We're going to go in and try to form some sort of alliance or working partnership. This is
Dude, I also feel like this is coming out of nowhere. I mean, I have a feeling it'll be relevant. Like, this feels like something that Liam and Matt talked off table about it. Like, I'm not sure that Liam knows it'll be relevant, but I feel like my impression of this is that Matt was like, hey, by the way, review your backstory because the Clasp might be, depending on your guys' actions, a relatively significant part of this. Because, and I think you could have a pretty frank conversation as the DM about that. Oh, shit, I forgot to start live split. I think you could have a pretty frank conversation about that. Because, like, yeah, this is, it's like very, why did that? Oh, that's why. Motherfucker, dude. One second. I gotta figure out what to set these stupid things to. We're gonna set it to fucking that and that. Okay. What to set the hotkeys to, because like live split reset. Anyways. I have a feeling that was one of the things. Is Matt was like, hey, one of the paths involves the Clasp. You guys already know they're very, prominent faction still in the city. Review your backstory. Like, it could totally be that this entire interaction is planned by Liam and Matt, and that, this specific context will be more, relevant going forward, but it could also be something super vague. Like Matt just said, hey, review your backstory, and Liam realized, oh man, this is a part of my backstory that me and Matt, developed at the beginning that I have not told Vex/Laura about. So it feels like Liam may be realizing, oh shit, this might be relevant. I should probably inform her in case it ends up being relevant. But it is definitely coming out of nowhere. I would say those themes continued to be veiled. I mean, that's good. I would prefer it that way personally. It seems to be a step beyond the scope. Yeah, it depends. My sensibilities are screwy. This doesn't strike me as that hard. It's definitely shocking though. I don't even want to say it's hard necessarily. I mean, it definitely could be triggering for some folks. But but it is definitely outside of the normal theming that we've gotten so far. I think the closest that we've gotten so far is the Sun Tree, and the Sun Tree was also very shocking. So, yeah, I don't know. When it came to warnings for such things since 2016 or years earlier, potentially. And, like, I don't think that this is, like, an invalid way to go with this. It just does, to me, it feels a bit like, whoa, like, very sudden, out of nowhere, like, especially given that they didn't talk about it the last time that they went to the Clasp. I think that, and, like, Vex/Laura calls that out, like, very directly of, like, we've already been to the Clasp, you know? So I think that beyond anything else, I just think it comes a little bit out of left field for me because of that. But I think I'm more like trying to like imagine why it might come out of left field is I think because the first time they went to the Clasp, it was kind of like within the moment of like, oh, that's where Daxio is. Let's go talk to them. Whereas this, I think that Matt is prepping the Clasp to be a much more significant thing for a little bit. And so I think that he probably encouraged Liam to refamiliarize himself with his own backstory. Because, I mean, you know, they're 2 years out from when Liam wrote that backstory, probably. Or at least some parts of it, at least. So I think it's absolutely reasonable that, you know, Matt might have said like, hey, maybe review it a little bit before we interact with this faction a whole lot more. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. What up, Gentleman Crow? How you doing? Yeah, the home game had somewhat of a different tone. Yeah, which we talked about a little bit last time. I agree. Yeah, it's very, very like, whoa. But anyways.
Different than running in, smashing some shit, and running out, alright? So, keep the cloak up, hang back, don't say a lot. You can talk my ear off later.
Okay, I will do that. I just want to know, the tongue guy that looks like me, is he dead or is he alive now? They gave him to some stalker. Some stalker.
I don't know why you were wanted. I don't know what it was about. All I knew is that they were going to take you away, and I wasn't going to let that happen, and I took some fucking piece of shit and traded him in.
So there could be, at this moment in time, another person that looks just like me parading around the world.
Well, if I had to wager on it, I'd say he's in a dungeon in a rubber suit, but I don't know where. No.
Well, thank you for, you know, doing that.
God, why? Live Split keeps resetting itself. What the fuck? The hotkeys that I tried to set didn't like go through. Oh, because I didn't. Okay, that's user error because I didn't apply the change. Okay, wait. Let me make sure I get the timing right. So we're looking at ads in about 43 minutes. So I will update that. Okay. I want to make sure that there's like an on-screen warning for people who either, you know, weren't here when it started or what have you. So about 43. Okay. Anyways. Woof.
I never told you because it's creepy as fuck.
Was it the Clasp here? Was it the Clasp in Western?
It was in Western.
Well, these guys probably don't know me.
Probably.
I'll put my hood up.
Yeah. The twins were adults. I think the child SA trigger warning is because of the person that Vex replaced with Vex. I think that's why. Is whoever that is was engaging in child SA.
Stay at the back.
I would like to find out who the guy was that wanted me there. That's kind of weird. Thank you. For everything. Thank you.
Yeah.
You always have my back, and I know that.
Yeah.
And for that, I won't say very much.
You do you, Vasselheim.
Everyone can come down.
So as you finish your short rest, you all progressively find your way down the ladder into the subterranean sewer system, with the choices to travel to the east or western sides of the tunnel.
It sounds like there's, I don't know, drainage or something coming from slightly up in that direction.
I'm guessing towards the light.
Yeah,
is where
yeah,
they are.
yeah, yeah.
Scanlan,
Oi.
do you have something that can make disguises? Don't you have, like, not the mustache, but like something that can really change my looks?
How do you know I'm Scanlan? I
He's
could
got
be
a
in
hat,
disguise.
yes, he does.
Yes, I do.
Could I use that?
You'd have to attune it to yourself. Is that right?
It takes like a little bit.
A half
No,
hour.
I don't know. Requires attunement.
About a half hour.
What do you think?
Well, that's not a bad idea, but it means we're just gonna sit in this stank.
Don't you think?
I can instantly make us with seeming. I can instantly make us all look different.
I would
Or
like
just
to know.
you.
How about just me?
I could do
I've
that.
got a question though. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
If you think that they know what I look like, don't you think they know what you look like? Because you look just like me. So what difference does it make if I'm there or not?
I don't know if the person who wanted you was part of the Clasp. I don't know who it was. It's parading you around in front of the people who made an illicit deal with you.
All right. Seeming. How about
It
that?
could be fine. I don't know.
Okay. Dreaming?
Yeah, no.
Please.
It's pretty high level stuff.
And then what if I heal you?
What if I cast minor illusion and give her a mustache? What about that? Is that pretty good?
Fancy mustache that you cannot wipe off your face.
Hey, that's very handsome.
I don't think that's going to be be
Thanks,
it's not
Ron.
quite enough for our purposes.
All right, I dispel it.
How about a limerick as payment, Scanlan?
A limerick for you.
For you.
You're going to give me a limerick?
Your limerick.
Oh,
Hold on. I've been preparing it.
She's multi-classing a third time.
Have you heard tale of Scanlan the Bard? Or Burt Reynolds, if you look at his card? Always tries to get laid, sometimes with ladies he made. But I still respect him, because rhyming is hard.
excellent.
Wow.
Storm of the night.
Where's the extinguisher?
I will give you a d6 inspiration dice for that.
Wait, me or her?
Her.
Wow, that's impressive. Here's the hat. You can use it
thanks.
in about 20 minutes. You'll be able to use it.
Take off my circlet, I guess, and I put on it.
Okay.
How about that smell, everyone?
Did you live in this?
Never lived
Deal with
here.
this? Oh, that's good.
I'm like
I take off my hat.
distant cousins. Almost.
In the time it takes for you to take the hat of disguise and go ahead and attune to that, you guys are not prepared. What path would you like to take?
Towards the sounds, yes?
Yeah.
You
Yes.
have the sound of water rushing to the right in the darkness, and
the
you
left.
have the sound, or you have the view of slight, what looks like moving light to the left.
But did you say on the
To
right
the
is
left.
going down or is it coming down?
The water is trickling downward. The water continues sloping downward this way. The opposite direction is where the light is. A little bit of light you see in the distance.
I say we follow the water.
Follow the water down or follow the light?
Follow the water towards the light, right?
Jesus, what the fuck are we talking about?
This is like the Underdark again.
I
Like
abstain.
Light or left?
Please defend.
Let's go towards.
Towards the light.
I'll do whatever they say.
Are we going towards the light or towards the rushing water?
Light.
Light.
All who vote light say aye.
Aye.
All who vote water say aye.
Aye.
Oh, whatevs.
So the light.
Yeah,
All right.
left.
So you guys head.
A fucking number one, great decision making. Number two, this is exactly what I'm talking about when I'm talking about how the choices at a junction, like the information that you receive as a player at a junction, doesn't really have to make sense. Like, it doesn't have to be like, oh man, like you hear the sounds of the Clasp one direction and you hear the sounds of an Umber Hulk the other direction. Like, you don't have to give the players like super tangible information. But if you come to a junction and there is zero information, that's bad. They're going to sit there forever. But this is a great way if you do want to give them a like a binary junction like this. She was bad. Oh, I didn't even mention the reason why I'm wearing these headphones today. These old bad boys is because she fucking ate the not earmuff ones. She fucking chewed them up overnight. Fucking dog. And it's my fault for not putting them up, but that doesn't mean I can't be mad at her. So that's why I'm extra like on guard today about her eating shit. But that being said, this is exactly what I mean about like if you don't want to give them like super detailed information, like you want there to be a junction just because that makes sense with like your dungeon design and your layout, but you don't necessarily want it to be like a puzzle, or like you don't really want them to like truly puzzle out the choice. You just, again, a junction just makes sense in your dungeon. You still have to give them something to base the decision on, and this is absolutely perfect. One way has light, one way has water. Those mean things. Like, that's not nothing, but it's so little that there's not actually much to base the decision on. There's vibes. There's just enough of like, yeah, I want to go towards the light, or no, I want to go towards the water. Like, you can have reasons, but the reasons aren't that, by the very nature of it, the reasons can't be so detailed because the clues aren't detailed at all, right? The reasoning can't be so detailed that you can really have an argument about it. Like, you can't even really argue about this decision. People are just going to have different, like, gut reactions, and it's probably not going to be 50-50. And so it's a real easy way to make a choice, to just, boom, go off of it. Big thumbs up. This is beautiful. This is perfect. I love it. Maybe the other direction the Umber Hoax are pretending to be the Clasp. Doing a lot of digital drawings using different images to get a basic structure for each image. Mostly recently swashbuckler battle master tabaxi based on Rhaenada from Log Horizon whenever I do a pirate campaign. Fuck yeah, Gentleman Crow. I really want to get better at drawing. I think I mentioned this. This is about the extent of my drawing over there is the smiley face, but I want to get better at it. Headphones and glasses are famously tasty. All that earwax and sweat. Yeah, and she loves to just chew on things that smell like me, and I understand why, but fuck. Our other dog does not chew on shit. We could leave her bag of food out in front of her, and she would maybe take like one bite while we're gone if she's not hungry. Our other dog is the bestest, most polite girl in the world. And Bird is adorable, but is not the most polite dog in the world by anyone's stretch of their imagination. She's just a toddler. I know. I can still be mad at the toddler. It's not her fault, but I can still be frustrated up here. So he's entertained. Just find the right legal choose. Yeah, true. It's true. Dude, she's been doing this thing lately. We have a light that we wear around our necks. That's like a reading light, but we use it to take her out at night because you can just like put it around your neck and then it has like two little like lights that would normally go onto a book, but it's great for taking her out at night. And so it's kind of like a U shape. And one day she just kept eating shit outside. Like she kept trying to like eat dirt. And I gave her the light and she glommed onto it and like a fucking like atom bomb went off in her brain. And now anytime we're going out at night, she won't go outside first unless I give her the light. She likes having a job. She likes and she gets so happy that she gets to carry around the light for her. And she'll go out just fine, but I'll have to post a video of it sometimes of her carrying around this light. It's so fucking cute. Anyways.
To the light. I'm sorry, one last question. Is there any thieves' cant on the walls at all?
Oh, good call.
Make a perception check.
Can I look too?
Yes, you can.
And there could be, this is absolutely great. Okay, just one more thing. I love this there is some basic ass, no real logical, thought process reason for picking one over the other, right? Which is just, if we're at this junction, right, it's just light versus water. Or I don't remember which one was on which side. But anyways. And so if they don't want to spend any resources, if they don't ask the right question, they still have something to base it on. But if he asks the right questions, like, is there thieves' cant? Or do I see this? Like, there still is stuff that you can ask, but you don't need to. And I think that means, because like in the it brings me back to an infamous Underdark scene. Not infamous to anyone else, but infamous to me. Where right after they leave the Dwagar camp, they go into that cavern and they have like up or down. And that's like basically it on their choices. And they spend so long in that fucking cavern and they fail all their checks. Like even if he fails his perception check here, and he can't find any thieves' cant, or he can't find anything additional, he has something to slide in on. Whereas in that other one, they didn't. So I love this. I love this. You can make there be a more, intelligent thing behind a check or additional right questions, but at the base, they still have something to make the decision on. It's perfect.
With inspiration.
Is there any poo on the floor?
Oh, there's
31.
quite a bit.
Oh, he doesn't need my help.
Looking along the wall as you start heading in that direction, you do see a few markings that basically say Sanctuary in Thieves' Cant in the direction of the light.
All right. Confirmed.
You guys continue onward?
Yeah, I'll lead
Started
the way.
tuning that hat.
I did.
No, we sat here for 20 minutes in the stank.
Yes. So, you guys continue forward up that tunnel. Eventually, as it curves around, the light, you can see it's shifting because it appears to be a distant firelight that is the source in this vicinity. As you turn the corners...
That's totally true, Fanlair. I will say that I don't think we've had, honestly, many dungeons since then. Like, the two other dungeons that we've had since the Underdark have been the Vasselheim dungeon, which was a straight line, and then the Briarwood dungeon, which was a straight line. So, I think that there is that aspect of it, of we just haven't really been on a real dungeon crawl since the Underdark, but the few times that we do have dungeon crawl-esque moments, I think that Matt's been doing a great job of not encouraging analysis paralysis in any of his decisions. I think he's done a really good job at mitigating that sort of behavior.
The tunnel slowly curves around. It opens up into a large central sewer chamber. Though most of it is dry, and you can see there's a large amount of dirt in the center that seems to rise above most of the water that is collected along the ceiling. And there are also a series of...
Actually, that's not exactly true about the straight line business with the Briarwood dungeon, is there was one offshoot. There was one point where they did have to make a decision, and Matt provided them with context to make that decision. So, the one time it's come up since the Underdark, Matt did a great job of making that decision, of providing that base level of information. Yeah. This is a dragon, not a dungeon arc. There can only be one. You gotta pick. Is it a dragon arc or is it a dungeon arc? That's so true. The Briarwoods were dragons. Vasselheim had a dragon. The Briarwoods were metaphorical dragons. Or were they real dragons?
Platforms constructed out of what looks like wooden scaffolding at different levels all throughout this chamber. Some of it looks a little rickety, some of it looks very old, but various states of just moisture rot. You hear a sneeze from the distance from one of the... As you look and see a series of small bonfires throughout the room that are currently lit and surrounded by figures.
In a sewer?
You see what looks like a ramshackle tent city and or a series of small wooden hovels that have constructed here. You see a number of figures that are huddled around these bonfires, cloaks, hoods up, generally just keeping warm in what is a relatively cold subterranean area. You guys glancing over here, as you kind of the first look, you can see a few of them appear to be laid up and hurt, and there appear to be at least a few individuals that are heavily bandaged or have slings on. As you guys kind of step into the room, not being very stealthy in your arrival,
We could have been, but I use a bit of sign language from the Gaunt and let them know that I'm part of the Clasp.
Okay. A few of them stand up, hands on the side of their hilt, and they kind of stop there for a second before one individual steps out of the shadows and puts his hand up, putting it down. You recognize this to be Garthok.
Garthok!
He says,
Don't worry. They're with me. I'm glad you made it. It had been a while. I was afraid maybe you wouldn't.
We got held up by some wyvern. And I almost died. It was crazy. We're here now.
That sounds like it. I'm sorry to hear.
It
Glad you
was
stayed alive.
crazy.
and as he starts to talk, there's the group of individuals kind of standing about 10 feet behind him, kind of separate as another figure pushes past them. Pulling the hood back, you can see what looks to be a man about 6 feet in height, average human height, long blonde hair that trails past to the middle of his back over a dark gray cloak. Fine features. At one time, he looks older. You can see the weathering in his face and the various wrinkles and lines from just years and years of living in this atmosphere.
You said human, right?
Human, yes. He has a red-tinted monocle over one eye.
Yeah,
Like him
cool.
already.
As he steps forward, the rest of the Clasp kind of put their hands off the side of their weapons. He pushes aside Garthok to the rest of you and says,
So you are the ones called Vox Machina, am I correct in this assumption?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
All right, Executors of Modeth, the traitor? Interesting. He just can't capture the essence of Garthok. Yeah, the essence of JCM that we had for about 2 minutes. You're so right. You're so right. Interesting. Okay, human class member, red monocle over one eye. Older. Now, this red monocle over one eye business, I actually don't think is plot relevant. Put that clip next to something else. I don't think it's plot relevant. I do like that Matt, a lot of times with his PCs, or NPCs, I should say, gives them kind of one identifiable thing to latch onto. Sometimes they're more generic, but like, even when you're going to play someone that maybe doesn't have that unique of a voice or that unique of mannerisms, they have something for the PCs to kind of latch onto. You know what I'm saying? They have red monocle, red dragon. The red monocle of True Sight? If it is, I haven't heard of that. But regardless, I like that, Matt. I think that's like a good general tactic, is to give your NPCs something unique about them, something for the PCs to remember, like, oh, they're the person with this. Like when we're thinking about, what was it, Simon, the gunpowder dealer? The gunpowder dealer from Vasselheim. It's like, he's the dude with the crazy ass voice and personality. But like other people have distinctive features to them, especially if they're not being introduced. Victor, thank you. If they're not being introduced as a long-time repeated person, like when you're introducing Allura or Gilmore, you can be a little bit more, I don't want to say normal, but a little bit less gimmicky with their appearance. Like Allura can just be like a blonde-haired chick with that's a wizard. Like that could just be it, because they're going to have repeated interactions with Allura. Like, you know that like in your DM head, you have made her like a quasi centerpiece NPC if they stay in Amon. Same thing with Gilmore. Even though Gilmore does have a very distinct personality, that personality, the first time you meet Gilmore, could come off as like a sleazy car salesman. Like, it's not unique enough to like fully stand out from a merchant. That's no shade on Gilmore. I think once you get the finer details of Gilmore, his personality really comes into sharp focus. He's a very, very unique NPC. But you might not get that the very first time you meet him. And so I think that for someone who's not going to be a repeat NPC, like maybe Bro is gonna be around for a while, but I'm gonna guess that he's probably only a central figure if they choose to interact with the Clasp, which wasn't a guarantee, and if they choose to leave him alive, if they choose to trust him. Like, Allura and Gilmore were kind of not guaranteed, but more indicative. It was more indicative that they were going to stick around, so you don't have to make them as gimmicky. But for people where it's not quite certain, you can use a gimmick to make them both memorable and to tell storytelling stuff. Like, I'd be interested to see if this red monocle is plot relevant at all, but even if it's not, great way to distinguish this dude from any other NPC that you're talking about. So I really like that. Red monocle of summoning the Kool-Aid Man. Exandrian antidepressant. Yeah. Gilmore's used cards. Have we met Victor yet? Yeah. Victor was in Vasselheim. Yeah. Dowson calls this the Pirates of the Caribbean ride theory of minor characters. Whoa, what? Okay. Each figure only pops up for a few seconds, so it needs to be very broadly drawn to be noticed at all. Absolutely. And I think that that's a really good way to categorize these, or like minor characters. Like, even though Allura and Gilmore are NPCs, they are still major characters. You don't need for them to be gimmicky or broadly drawn or however, you want to put it. But that is, I totally agree with Taliesin there, of like, when you have these minor characters, yeah, they need to be broadly drawn if you want them to be remembered. Absolutely. Shady Car Salesman seems like a Green Dragon job to me. Yeah. I agree. I don't disagree. Anyways, so yeah. All of that is to say, ups to Matt. I like the inclusion of this little red monocle.
Arrested of Uriel, executors of Modeth the Traitor.
Modeth the Traitor.
One among you is a member as well, I'm told.
Step forward.
You are welcome here. I am Spirling Shen,
Spiraling Shen?
Spiraling.
Master of Networks and Information.
Oh. Shen? Okay.
Spiraling Shen?
He's a spiraling.
Master of Networks and Information.
Oh.
The Clasp of Imon. Excuse the mess, we lost a portion of our territory, and I'm currently caught in mid-adaptation. So, what can I do for you?
Well, you know who we are.
And you know who I am now.
Yes. And you know my spotty track record with the Clasp. But that's all past now. The city's in ruins. You're looking at the right hand of Uriel.
Uriel is no longer with us.
We know.
You are a hand to nothing.
Of course. We're looking for what to do next with the city. I don't think any of us wish to be the pets of the beasts now roosting in the heart of Iman.
No, that does not do any of us any good. Business is ground to a halt. And we've lost a few good patrons in this unfortunate circumstance. We've lost our entire northern tunnel structure as soon as a creature attacked the Cloudpop district.
Well, I'll be honest, our first thought was to flee the city. But before we make that decision, yes, it is.
Wait, I just gotta clarify something. Ah, yeah, okay.
Few good patrons in this unfortunate circumstance. We've lost our entire northern tunnel structure as soon as a creature attacked the Cloudtop district.
Well, I'll be honest, our first thought was to flee the city. But before we make that decision, yes, it is. We know that you're the next best thing to a government in Iman. And we want to know what's left behind.
Well, we're seeing to our own. We're going to see how many of our allies still lie within the city. Going to reach out to our friends across Taldore and see how much of a network we still stand to keep. Then, maybe call in a few debts, reach out to some friends, and see if we can find some way to supplant this red thing.
Can I insight check?
Go for it.
Not good. No, 9.
9, you said?
9. So the plan now is to lay low and hide.
Well, for now, I have a number of operatives topside who are currently trying to get as much information on the Red One as possible. The piles of wealth are growing, and it looks like the beast is building a damn home out of the district.
The city is going to need a black market.
Oh, I'm aware, and we are preparing for that. However, it's still fairly fresh, and individuals aren't willing to release any coin when all of it goes to the pouches of the thing that sits on us. The word just got back that Western was also hit rather hard in the night. And these creatures have continued eastward ever since. No further word on their whereabouts. So, we're put in a reactionary position, which I loathe. We're used to being ahead of the rest of the curve.
Well, here's where we could help each other.
It would appear that could be a possibility.
We need this city to stay alive. We need the citizenry to be fed. We need people to know where they're going to get their medicine, where they're going to get their food. We understand it's going to be tricky. We need information, we need spies, we need to know what's happening in the city, and you need people like us to stay out of your way.
That seems like a fairly top-heavy trade in our direction, if you ask me. There are many ways to get people out of our way.
There are ways that we can benefit each other.
I would love to hear it.
I would too.
We have Safe Haven. And please, by the way, stop me if you feel I'm being too broad.
No, go for it.
We have our keep that is untouched by the dragon's attack. We have a safe haven.
How is this keep accessed?
We can get to that.
There are options.
We also have strong connections to Whitestone.
And Vasselheim.
And to the Slayer's take. That's what they're called, right? Yes? It could be a formidable force that could come to protect the city or drive out the dragons. Anyway.
We're proposing a short-term solution. You want to get back to a position where you can grease the wheels and make money. That's not going to happen anytime soon. But you can't take care of these beasts on your own. Neither can Whitestone, neither can we.
But it is very likely that we will be the thing that is dropped upon it from a great height. And the most cooperation we can get for getting into a position of power over this beast, the happier we'll all be.
Let's say we do this. Let's say we go forward with this alliance. Get out of our way. You promise resources from Whitestone, perhaps? They have quite a few unique contributions they could make. Slayer's take. I have not had many dealings across the Ultimate Sea, but are you referring to, Vasselheim?
Indeed.
Well, that is a tough nut to crack, that city. If you are connected in Vasselheim, perhaps we can talk.
There's no guarantees you'll be able to get in anywhere.
There's no guarantees we'll be able to provide food or medicine. It's dangerous times, my dear.
It is. But the sooner these dragons are defeated, the sooner business can get back to usual.
Of course.
Ow! I mean...
I know I'm getting a bit ahead of ourselves, but once the dragons are gone and the city's returned to normalcy, what is your ultimate goal? To hold power or to remain in the underbelly?
All the real power lies in the underbelly, my friend. I have a proposition for you, then. We will do this. We have many channels and secret tunnels throughout the city. We could very easily deliver food, medicine, shelter even, to the wired and poor and downtrodden folk of this town. Be the subterranean heroes of Iman. Out of the goodness of our hearts, of course. However, once this creature is toppled and the city is brought to it, I gather you would have the ear of whoever comes to power in the city.
We may very well be the person that comes to power in the city.
That is helpful. And I imagine you also have some, presumably, powerful connections in Vasselheim. We would be interested in beginning a sect of our fair trade in that distant, all too, how do I put it, xenophobic cityscape?
What?
If you agree to be our seed in that stubborn garden of a town, you have our aid.
Can you give us a moment, please?
Patience grows thin.
Can we talk about this for a second, guys?
He adjusts the monocle in his eye.
Do we really need them? Are they really providing us with enough to make this worth our while? To where we essentially want to open up the Pandora's box of crime in Vasselheim? Do we want to be responsible for that?
Well, I'm all about Pandora and her box, but I don't think we really need this. It's not worth all of that, especially if we're going to Vasselheim.
I feel like we just took one pretty top-heavy deal and traded it for an even more top-heavy deal not in our favor anymore.
Yeah, it's
Oh, no,
like
I'm not.
negotiation.
I feel the urge to further discuss this. Also, to be fair, we're not representatives of the Clasp. We couldn't, technically speaking, open. All we can do is, I think the most fair thing to do, to offer in exchange for this is perhaps some trade with the materials that are available in Whitestone and maybe a promise of keeping a blind eye towards their business until the finished reconstruction of the city. Let them reestablish themselves until the city is properly completed.
Don't say that.
You need an underbelly. Underbellies are function. Underbellies are function for this very need. The fact that we can actually get food and medical supplies into the city right now if we need to. Less than 72 hours after such a devastating attack. There's no other system.
Yeah,
If the Clasp were to vanish, something else would take its place.
They're inevitable.
But I don't want to introduce them to Vasselheim. No.
At the cost of people starving or not starving.
All right,
I'm already here, Keeler.
I'm down for joining them and letting them join our cause in using their infrastructure, but
Can
beyond
I
that,
use perception to make sure that we're really private right now?
Make a perception check.
Can I join in?
22.
You may.
Oh, 22 plus can I use my inspiration on this?
When did you get that inspiration die?
I got it from in the Wyvern fight.
It would have faded by now,
Okay,
unfortunately.
so 22.
33.
33. You're far away from the crowd. However, Spiraling Shen has been very concentrated in shifting his attention from each person that is currently speaking in this conversation.
it's reading our lips.
I turn my back to him and I say, he can read our lips.
Of course he can. I'm not, which is why I'm not saying anything that I wouldn't want him to hear anyway. I also don't want to promise anything we can't deliver. I don't think we could deliver Vasselheim. We're going to be busy. We have too much on our plate as
I
it
don't
is.
think they listen to us anyway, honestly.
I'm going to offer what we can give. And
We
see
have
if
to have
that's enough.
something to sweeten the pot.
Yes.
What are you offering? Money?
Materials
Offering to
for
sweeten the
rebuilding.
pot. We're defeating a
rebuilding?
fucking dragon. Let them get back to normal.
We can't promise that. The dragon
We
could
can
very
say
easily kill us.
They certainly can't do it without us. And we can't do it without them. But we'll be bringing in other armies with us.
I agree. It's
Maybe.
joint forces at this point.
Yeah.
That's all we can offer them.
You're still
There's no
assuming
place to
he's
fight
going
on
to
our
keep his
side.
word, too.
Yeah.
Let me go back to it. Jen,
Yes.
I propose a counteroffer. I just don't feel comfortable offering Vasselheim. I don't think that we could necessarily deliver, and we honestly have a lot to do.
All I'm asking is an introduction to a handful of key figures in the city. No more than that.
Well, I will not promise that now. What I can promise right now is some access to materials from Whitestone, and I show him my gun hilt, which is embedded with the gems. I can see what's still lying around, and we can make a deal. I can also promise that for the reconstruction, once this has been dealt with, which is in everybody's best interest, until such time as there's a functioning government in this city, you will be treated with the respect appropriate of a group of people who are helping keeping the city function.
You act like that hasn't been our treatment for the entirety of this city's existence. You think your council didn't have dealings with the Clasp for many years before
course
this
they had.
happened?
I am not
We
simple.
helped make this city function. All we're offering is this service to other places that maybe don't have the right guidance to achieve their true greatness. All I ask is an introduction. Beyond this other. Far after the fact. Don't even need to worry about it now. Who's to say what changes from now to then?
Who would we even introduce you to?
We don't even know anyone.
Yes, we do.
Oh,
We know some high-ranking clerics. We know
Yeah, a cleric.
Slayer's take. We met a bunch of people up there.
in a zealot city? You want to go to a cleric and be like, hey, thought you might want to meet the underground mob boss.
Semantics, we don't have to worry about that now.
Here's what I'll
Just a
put
simple
forward.
handshake. And it's all done.
I'll put something forward to the group. If they prove themselves honorable, if they prove themselves faithful and capable of keeping this city afloat, then we will speak to whomever they wish us to speak to precisely of what they did. No more, no less.
This is an issue of morality. I would like to remind you that, one, we've let you escape after murdering one of our leaders, only upon learning that he himself was an immoral individual.
Welcome.
Also, we went against our word as an organization by letting you take a war criminal that had already paid his way out of the city.
And for that we are grateful.
And we gave you something very powerful in exchange.
And you got to keep that man's money.
That was business.
It was business, but business that was persuaded by the actions of good people and bringing justice. We want society to thrive.
I'm willing to kick this ball down the field.
So, not wasting any more time, shall we make this a fine, healthy city once again?
This feels a fair deal to me.
Oh man, that's great. Okay, I'm going to talk about my notes. The extension of the hand. This is Matt saying, you're out of debating time. You're out of debating time. Let's fucking talk. Make a decision. This is non-verbal communication. I really like Matt's running of this scene. I'm not going to be nitpicky too much about, the information that Vox Machina, the players are choosing to use or not use, because we don't know how much of that they are considering in character versus out of character. Clearly, all four of these people know what the Clasp has gotten up to in terms of, thievery, bribery, smuggling, right? You know, and like to that end, you can see Percy's argument very well. When we consider the twins' history, it gets a little bit more like, ugh. Like, yeah, maybe a crime syndicate is, you know, necessary, but like this one in particular, I don't know. I mean, fuck it. I mean, if you've watched JoJo's Part 5, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5, this moral question of there will always be a criminal underbelly, but what do we allow? Like, what is an acceptable level of bad from your criminal underbelly is essentially one of, like, the core leading questions of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5. If you know, you know. But beyond that, I think that Matt has played this beautifully. I absolutely love setting up, and I mean, this is a similar sort of vibe to the Githyanki Wish scenario, but this is playing on a different type of lack of information, right? This is playing on a much more, I think it's going to be engaging to different players. Like, I think it's very interesting that, like, if you break both of them down, they are essentially a gamble on information versus power. You don't really know what the Clasp is going to do in Vasselheim. You don't know the effect that your introduction is going to give. You don't know if they're going to let it end there. As Grog pointed out, you don't even know if they're going to keep their fucking word. You have all this information that you lack, and you're taking the gamble that this is going to work out better for you. It's exactly what Grog was pitching in the last episode with the Githyanki Wish Skull. Exact same proposition, but it's a different type of lack of information. Percy is down with this because he thinks that he can outthink the Clasp. Like, let's be real. Let's be very real about what's going on. Grog thinks he could punch the shit out of any little boy Githyanki, and Percy thinks he can outthink the Clasp. That is why Percy is pushing for this, but he was against the skull, and Grog was pushing for the skull, but he's against this. Absolutely perfect, by the way. Beautiful. I love both of these setups from Matt. These are absolutely amazing setups because they're both monkey's paw type deals, but they play on different moral questions. They place a different level, or they play on like different levels of confidence within your own skills. It's super, super good. Very good. Oh my God. Things are bad with New York under Kingpin, but he is the only one thing keeping things civilized, because every time he's taken out, things get so much worse. That is essentially what Percy's going after. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Percy most likely can outthink them, but it would be a bloodbath. Well, and I love this because, again, like, the core difference between what is going on here is that Grog's like, you know, kind of whole idea here is, okay, let's say that the Githyanki does fuck with us. He doesn't hold up their end of the deal, or he, you know, keeps coming back. We can just fucking eliminate him. Right? Grog feels confident in that. And I think that this is really interesting because you can't neatly eliminate the Clasp. Like, that is a quasi-impossibility that you can actually eliminate the Clasp, but their effectiveness, their, like, potential efficacy is lower. Like, Taliesin basically thinks, Percy thinks that, like, the upwards, like, how bad it could be is low enough that they could counteract it, whereas Grog thought the opposite. It's great. It's great. These are two very distinctly different types of monkey paw deals. And I think that butting them up against each other, honestly, and I actually think this may have been the intention for Matt. Oh, thank you for the follow, Friolito. This may have been the intention from the beginning because he put them up very close to each other, discovering the skull and then, going to the clasp. It might have been a more distinct intention to directly compare them, but I think, we had a little bit of time between them. I could very much see that on Matt's end, that might not have been purposeful. It might have been meant to be more like right up against each other. But I think that these would be two good things. If you could find a way to have them be within the same session, within the same episode, I think it would be an amazing debate between the party. And again, I think that might have been what Matt was going for, but the actual, not terminology, the actual, pacing of everything maybe didn't bear out. But yeah, we're going to take a quick break in 1 minute. Think through it a little bit. Maybe put your comments in the chat, and we'll read over them a little bit when we get back. Juicy negotiations. Very juicy negotiations. I think this is awesome. I think this is a very cool situation for Matt to put them in. Makes me think of the animated series Arcane and the stark difference between the underbelly in the first 3 episodes compared to the rest of the season. Yeah, very different. Yeah. And this one has less of a chance to turn to PvP. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We'll take a real fast break. I'll put on some music, and we will be right back in about 3 minutes. I'll see you in a second. We still got a little bit of time left. Mega Zone, man. Yeah. Still got a little bit of time left. So I'm gonna keep the music on, but I'm just gonna vibe until the ad is done. Dude, the end of that song is crazy. That's called Far the Days Come. Wait, what'd you say, Paige? You want me to talk about your druid? Paige really wants me to talk about her druid that we made in Dagger Heart. I don't know what to tell him. What do you want me to tell him? How about we have you on stream at some point on like Tuesday or Thursday to talk about it? She said she could agree to that. Maybe when we hit 1K. I do have to decide what I'm going to do when I hit 1K. I have absolutely no plans currently. So I do actually have to really figure that out. I also just realized I was still on the break screen. Alrighty. Let's see. Is Twitch... Twitch is done in 13 seconds. Da, 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 da. And I'm going to set this to go now. And ad starts in 55 minutes. So that's what I'm going to put on here is 55. What's up? Welcome back from that break, from the ad break. It's good to see you all again. There we go. Break at 55. But yeah, that, do you take the deal? Oh, I absolutely take the deal. We've established that I am very much, as a player, I can outwit the devil sort of player. The thing about me, John, the thing you have to understand about me is that I take both of these deals. I absolutely free the Gith Yankee, and I make the deal with the Clasp. Absolutely. Every day of the week. He's not a warlock made for nothing. Precisely. It's why in Baldur's Gate 3, small spoilers for Act 3, maybe mute for maybe like 30 seconds. I took the Orphic Hammer from Raphael, and I will absolutely be going into the House of Hope to destroy that fucking contract. Absolutely. Because that's me, baby. You have to understand this. I'm going to meet these devils. I'm going to ride them for all they're worth. And then I kill them. So honestly, out of the two, I'm probably more likely to take the deal with the Githyanki because he's a single point of failure, you know? Where it's like, if the Githyanki fucks me, all I gotta do is kill him. It's very simple, honestly. Maybe he'll have lieutenants, you know, we can get through them. It's very Briarwood-esque, you know? But if it's an entire organization, you can never tie up that loose end. I'm much more hesitant against that, although I'm still going to do it. I mean, I'm more hesitant on it, but I'm going to do it absolutely. Yeah, so yeah, I take the deal. I absolutely take the deal. F AT&T, guys? Oh, yeah. I'll F AT&T all day long. I still need to switch over to that broadband provider that John mentioned. I have it written down in my notes, and my contract is up, I think sometime soon. So I might be switching over at some point. Or maybe he'll open a portal to hell. I mean, maybe, but then you just have a fun hell adventure. What's wrong with that? I can survive hell. More hesitant. Mega takes a full half second. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll at least open it up for conversation. But if I'm in the room with that skull, it gets Eldritch blasted from across the room. There's no, it's not even a hard choice for me. It gets spiked the moment that we run out of the house. It's just that easy for me. That's a large joke. I'm actually not super into doing stuff without party consent, like full party agreement. But that is where it would depend on the character. Is all of my characters would probably want to spike the skull, but how much party agreement they need / get to do so would be dependent on the character. The more and more streams I watch, the more it makes sense that you're a warlock main. Oh, look. I both love the warlock flavor, and I think that warlock just so happens to be my favorite class in terms of design. So it's just a party for me. It's just the best I could ask for. D&D is the one place where I personally cannot be harmed by the consequences of my actions. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, Sign. Absolutely.
And it means that we can leave knowing that the city will, in fact, still have populace while we're gone.
You seem used to selling your soul, Percy.
It is the job of ruling.
If we come back and learn that you have made a deal with the dragons, you'll be the first to die, not them.
Oh,
Is it the job of
I would only hope that be the case.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be caught dead dealing
Same
with
as
such a
self-regulated.
selfish entity.
All right, then let's do this. Keyleth, shake the man's hand.
You don't have it.
You've got nice, soft hands.
Vax?
Percy has like 4 super PACs if he's a politician in modern day. He's taking all that lobbyist money. He doesn't. That's just the job, baby. That's just the job, you know? Warlock is definitely my favorite class. That's what I got. That's what I got to say.
This is not the worst deal I've ever heard.
You just don't know that yet.
I have
Let you
things
shake
to
his
do.
hand.
I've met the devil, that's not him.
Don't do it. Percy, you make me so nervous.
Thank you.
I haven't all day, and my arm grows weary with patience.
Vax.
Would you like me to sing to give you some extra strength for that arm?
Vax, I will make the deal
I'm
if you're
good,
not up to
thank
it, but I will want your blessing.
You know what? Keep your deal.
Yeah, that a boy.
We're going to leave the city abandoned.
Yes.
With no one to protect
We
the
are
people.
not abandoning it. We already discussed there are more than
I
one
don't
ways
think you're
to
going
cut
to
through
let
this
this
knot.
city fall anyway. If this city dies, you've nothing.
I agree.
If the parasite hasn't a host to feed on, the parasite dies.
And
No,
Percy,
thank you.
I'm sorry, but I think our methods of being rulers might differ.
Woo-hoo! All right. Fuck yeah, Keyleth. Let's go. I love it. I love the expression of character. And this is not to say, like, she's, dunking on Percy. I'm not saying, like, yeah, fuck Percy. I think Percy's expressing himself great. I think she's expressing herself awesomely in response. Big thumbs up. Also, I generally agree with this. If when we were spiking the skull, we got a wish out of it. It's not like the fucking Clasp is going to take care of Thordak for you. So, I mean, yeah, I love this conclusion. Marisha effed up that deal? Nah, bro, I'm with her. I'm against, I just told you that I would take the deal. I would have asked for a little bit more, but I still probably would have taken the deal just because my brain is kind of wants to spread the influence of the Clasp. But you have to understand these are stepping stones for me. We've already deposed one of the Spirelings. This fucking jamoker isn't going to be much more of a challenge. So I see the spreading of the Clasp in the way of, God damn, I'm going to bring it up again, JoJo's Part 5, where, I'm going to depose their rulers if I'm making this sort of deal. To me, this deal is more about permission to spread the Clasp's influence and getting us more connections, not out of any actual benefit that they're giving us. If we're only in it for the benefit, this is a raw fucking deal. This is an absolute shit deal. You are getting in bed with the mob for absolutely, basically bare none in terms of benefit. They're gonna give food and medicine to people. They're not gonna let the entire city die. Also, Thordak isn't gonna let the entire city die. He needs devotees. If he wanted the entire city to die, he would have done it already. So if the only thing that you're trading for is the existence of Iman, I think you're basically getting shit you already had. You're selling sand to an Egyptian, you know? I don't think that's an actual phrase. I think there is an actual phrase that I'm thinking of, but I can't think about it. It's like he could sell sand to someone. I think it's like a song it's like a phrase in Galway Girl, the song. Anyways, so it's you know, I absolutely think this was a raw deal, but I think about the deal differently. I'm not yet good at noticing live. What up, Daniel? How you doing? Honestly, Percy and Keyleth are probably my favorite dynamic. I love it. I love their dynamic. It's great. Warlock and Cleric are such beefy classes for DMs to engage their PCs in the story with. Can help DMs flesh out their homebrew worlds too. Running a Warlock in a Mushroom Kingdom campaign recently. That's so fucking sick. I love running a Warlock in a Mushroom Kingdom campaign. That's so dope. I agree, though. I wish that more classes had more role-playing hooks, but very generally. I like a Warlock role-playing hook because your patron can be anyone. I don't like the Druid role-playing hook of you can't use metal armor. I think that those are both role-playing hooks, and I'm okay with Paladin Oaths. I think Paladin Oaths are interesting to a degree, but I'll tell you the way that I would rather see Paladins go, and this was brought up in a comment on a past episode about how they wish that Oaths were more Warlock-esque, where you had a list of Oaths and you pick them like invocations. And it reminds me of a Dagger Heart heritage called Oathbound, where you make up 3 things and then you get a benefit anytime you follow one of your oaths. I would like to see Paladin more like that, where it's not the subclass that the oath is based on. You get to make up your own oaths, or you get to pick oaths from a long, long list that give you certain benefits. I think that'd be really cool. I like the role-playing hooks when they're super generic. Even the Warlock subclasses, the Warlock patrons, are still really generic. Fiend is very generic. Fae is very generic. You can have a whole shitload of things within there. Same thing with Cleric. The aspect of a trickster Cleric, I think, is more broad than the aspect of a Oath of the Watchers Paladin. But even then with Cleric, even though I think that's more broad, they still give you a million subclasses to choose from because they want you to be able to make that roleplay hook decision. I think if Paladin had as many, if they still kept their pact or their oath linked to the subclass, but they gave Paladin as many oath subclasses as they give Cleric god subclasses, I think Paladin would be cooler. Personally. That's one of my problems with Paladin. But on the scale, had the scale of the class been shown, I keep thinking they're just a gang of petty criminals and smugglers. They've referred to the class being a multi-city operation, so I much more think of them as a syndicate. But I don't think, and we know that they get, they were smuggling Daxio out of the city. So I think they're a little bit more professional than just your average street toughs. But not they're not like, you know, I'm trying to think of a I don't think they're at the level of like the mob at its peak in Italy. Like I don't think they're at that level. But I think that they're high, I think. Next warlock patron, your wife. She would hate being a warlock patron. We all know my next warlock patron is Mike. We all know that. I'm absolutely going to base my next patron on Mike. We've gotten hints that the Clasp are meant. Yeah, we've gotten hints. Yeah, paladins are just jock warlocks. Love me the Fathomless. Oh, I love the Fathomless so much. I want to play a Fathomless. I actually did play a Fathomless in a one-shot that I ran with Nico from Dice Brain. I ran a Fathomless. It was super fun. I ran it in a Minecraft-themed one-shot in the Nether. And it was still fun. Running a water-themed warlock in the Nether. It was still super fun. I also really want to run Genie. That's implying Mike. Exactly. Anyways.
I don't think I need to sell myself for the greater good.
Very well. Unfortunate as it is. Step forward.
Is this a whisper or I don't know?
No, this is him asking you to step forward. He steps really close to you.
Okay.
And he takes you by the shoulders and turns you around to face away from him. Do you resist?
I'm going to roll out of his hands forward to my friends.
Okay, go ahead and make an acrobatics check.
Yeah, absolutely.
28.
28. You tumble away from his grasp, and you kind of...
Very well. I know your face now, at least. And the rest of the class will know that you are a false member now. You're not welcome in these tunnels ever again. And if we see your face amongst our kind, it'll be our word that you are to be taken on sight. It's a shame you've marked yourselves our enemy this day. I wish it wasn't this way. But to step up in front of us with such disrespect for all the patience we've shown you in previous years is just... that irks me. Stinks of a lack of civilization. So please be on your way. We'll do as we do. You do as you. Now be gone.
He turns around, flicks his cloak, and steps back into the group, as the rest of them keep their hands on their belts and just wait for you to leave.
I look at Garthok and say, even you?
Garthok actually gives you a very stern look and pulls his blade an inch from the side of his scabbard.
I wouldn't do that.
At which point you can now see 25 more class members step out, even wounded ones as they are, all stepping up and gather. You now probably have about 35 to 40 of them starting to form out of the shadows, kind of forming a semicircle around you entirely.
Don't do
Let's
it,
go.
Grog.
Absolutely not.
No, let's go. Come on.
Well, I feel like I can't smile every once in a while.
We'll just back up.
I take a bow and I turn my back to them and walk out.
I do not turn my back. I walk backwards the entire way out, with an arrow notched.
I stay next to Vax.
I say, party on, Garthok. And then we leave.
Keyleth, darling, could you maybe make a wall of stone and close off this tunnel?
Unfortunately, no.
Save a thought for the people of the Mon. If you've any room left in your narrow minds. Keep my back out.
I end with, hopefully, you will realize that there is a far greater enemy at hand than the personal squabbles between us small people. And I also step away.
Okay. The spiraling's not even in view at this point. He's disappeared amongst the crew with the rest of them, and then you just have
Sure, you
just
can
a
hear me.
row. Possibly. As you guys exit and find your way back up to the surface, as the last of you makes it outside of the entranceway, you immediately start hearing the slamming and breaking of stone from underneath you.
Nice.
And you gather pretty rapidly that
I will note, it's like a whole joke of like Vox Machina doesn't run. If you have, I sometimes hit on like, I don't like the Vox Machina Critical Role is not always emblematic of a home table. You don't always want to be taking shit away from them for your home table. This, I don't think that this is a unique Vox Machina thing, like Vox Machina doesn't run. I think sometimes it is very hard to convince your home table to run. I think that is a thing that a lot of players deal with as an issue. Or not players, sorry, GMs. I think a lot of at-home GMs are going to be very familiar with this issue. I think that is something that, like, if you don't know how to make your players run, watch Vox Machina, watch the times where Matt convinces them to run and to not combat, and take notes. Because I think that Vox Machina is definitionally a party that doesn't run. And I think that, like, there are times where I think that Matt was telling them to run that they did not. And so the times where they do, absolutely take notes. Matt, and you know, for those watching at home in this time, hitting on the numbers. We can file that away in the back of our heads of that is how you get Vox Machina to run. Is you show them overwhelming numbers, and that will convince them to run. I think this was a very fair interaction. Absolutely. I think this is great. This is fucking awesome. Yeah, this is absolutely great. And if you are a DM at home that cannot get your party to run for the fucking life of you, numbers. I think that is an absolutely great thing to take away from this is even though those individual class members, they could probably have taken down in a heartbeat, 30 to 40 still convinces the famously we don't run party to run.
This entrance is being entirely removed from possible entry.
This is... I would like to point out, since you had such noble intentions towards my position on things, that this is your ego at work here. I may be many things, and I may be a deal maker, but I never forget that when I rule these people as well. I'm not better than them. And you may think you're better than them, but this is what it creates. It creates enemies.
No, Percy. The difference is that I don't think I'm better than them.
Well, they certainly think you do. And they are not pleased.
This mark. Is it magic? Can they trace you through this mark?
Good question.
Don't answer. I walk over to Keelan. Can you still do the thing with your hands?
That thing?
Rip my shirt down. I want you to burn it away.
Ugh.
Now.
Vex, do you have an arrow?
Of course.
I can...
Hand it to him.
Put it in your
Put
teeth.
this in between your teeth.
Searing white pain through the back of your eyes, Vax, as Keyleth presses her palm into the center of your shoulder blades. You can hear the sizzling and cracking of skin and smell the burning of Vax's flesh in the air in the cellar. Go make a Constitution check. 7. You break through the arrow with your grip and actually give out a very loud, painful scream out of reaction.
Like you do.
Similar to when you hit me in my arm.
Kind of. But a moment passes. If you pull your hand back, and where the clasp symbol once was, there is a hand mark burned into the back of the shoulders.
Bro, I was just about to ask, is it a left hand? Oh no! me and Travis are on the same fucking wavelength.
Got you.
Hold on.
Kill him now!
No.
What would you guys like to do?
Oh no!
Oh, that was a bust.
That
That
could have
went
gone
well.
so much better.
Bax, I think you made the right call. And I don't think very often.
Or very well.
Does have the Dark Brotherhood, yeah.
Thank you, Groot.
I think we could have gotten out of there with at least the hintings of an alliance, as opposed to just
Straight up.
bitter enemies. This was a disaster.
Sometimes you have to walk away from a bad deal to find a good one.
That's not a thing.
That's not a thing. That's when you didn't read that.
That's absolutely a thing. Dude, okay. I actually think that this is I don't think that this is Taliesin. I think that people could very easily mistake this as Taliesin being butthurt. I actually think that this is I don't want to say a consistent thing, but this is I feel like an established part of Percy is that he's a little bit of a salty boy when he doesn't get his way. He's a little bit like, we talk about like people, portraying their backgrounds and, Percy's background as a nobleman. I don't see it super often, but I do see it sometimes in that he's a little spoiled and he doesn't, he gets like a little petty about it. Yeah, Percy's very petty, which is a very like, I think that's a hard, that is a hard flaw to portray. And I think that Taliesin cuts the line well. I could very much see it not coming off to an audience. Like I would be a little bit worried about this for a at-home game. I actually have a player in my BitD campaign who had a very similar flaw, and sometimes he would straight up like break character after saying something like this and be like, "Hey guys, by the way, like I'm not actually mad. This is just the character." Like he would straight up break character, because I do think that, and I don't like blame Taliesin for not doing that in this case. But like this is a flaw that can very quickly come off as you, the player, are upset. But I think that for a situation where it is maybe, I don't want to say uncouth, but it would be a little bit weird to break character that explicitly, I think Taliesin is doing a very good job of playing this flaw within Percy of like, yeah, when Percy doesn't get his way, he gets a little bit pissy about it. He gets a little bit petty, and he kind of twists the knife a little bit on like, this was a fucking disaster. You guys really fucked this shit up. Like, okay, go off, Percy. Like, tell us how you really feel. It's kind of a hilarious flaw, honestly. I 100%, and I say that as a Percy fangirl, he's incredibly petty. Yeah. It's very, very interesting. Taliesin just lost an argument, so I can see him being salty as well. I could also see that. Absolutely. Like, I could see Taliesin being a little salty, but I think he's performing well of it being a Percy flaw rather than a him salt, And I mean, there's a little bit, what's the Brennan Lee Mulligan quote, is every character has a little bit of us in it. Maybe this is a little bit of Taliesin, who knows? But I think he's doing a convincing job of making me think that it's Percy. If it is him, A noble petty? I'm just shocked. I'm playing angry teenager and breaking character now and then because I feel bad. Yeah, absolutely. I think that is something that is not as accessible. Like fourth wall breaks, I think can be a very good tool within home games, especially when you're playing into flaws on purpose. And I think that that's something that's not as accessible at Critical Role. And I don't blame them for it. They're making a show. They're making an entertainment product. But I would say that that's something I don't necessarily think is bad or good to model. But I do think that it is a very good tool that you probably won't see as much on Critical Role of that fourth wall break type of interaction. In reality, the falling out with the class didn't go that badly. No, it didn't go that badly. He's just really pissy about it, which I think helps go into this feeling more like Percy, like hyping up this thing that, like, yeah, really didn't go that poorly, and being like, it was a disaster. I think the level of it makes it feel more like it is Percy, not Taliesin. I think Taliesin does it very well, but absolutely err on the side of making sure everyone's cool. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that they've been together for so long, like, when you've been playing the same characters, assumingly, like, I just saw more trash and thought it was bugs. I'm very paranoid about bugs. When you've been playing the same characters, assumingly for, 2.5 years, you are going to be used to Percy being petty. Like, that is just like an established thing. You won't have to break character as often. Like, I'm sure, or not I'm sure, but I would think that maybe even in like the first year of them playing together, Taliesin probably did have to break character more often, especially at the home table, to I think he probably broke character to more to establish, hey, I'm not trying to be petty, you know? I think he probably had to do that more often, but now they've played together for 2 years, he doesn't have to do it that often, you know? Vax giving Percy a hard time about being untrustworthy back with his Smoky Boy, then admit to dealing with the Clasp and selling someone into forced sexual slavery, and then act like this. Vax, you know, I personally think that Vax is acting very inconsistent. I think that Vax is acting erratic. But I also think that it works. Like, I absolutely agree with what you're saying, Summer. And I think that for his current arc, I think that this works for Vax to be pretty erratic right now. Because he basically had a fucking ego breakdown at the right before the Chroma Conclave, and now he is a drowning man grasping on to the fucking life preserver of purpose that is taking out these dragons. And I think that he is trying to, I even see this as him potentially like trying to overcorrect for previous stuff. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but at base, I think it is absolutely appropriate for him to act a little bit inconsistent and erratic right now. My comment with witch with a B wasn't shown on the stream. Oh, really? The bitch word? I don't know. Yeah, that's funny. I don't even have. I don't even. This is again. I have so many things that I've added to stream, like so many bots at this point, that I probably need to do a review and figure out which ones are actually there, because I think some of it is probably being more litigious than I would be. Bugs suck. It's the worst part of the East Coast. I missed Cali's desert and lack of life. Lol. Percy is thinking they're acting high and mighty, not just that the class thinks so. Yeah. I think it's intentional for Vex. If it's not, Liam is doing a good job of making it seem intentional. That's what I would say for both Vax and Percy, is that these seem like intentional actions, and if they aren't, they are absolutely doing a good job of making it seem so. Yeah. I think it's a failing on the player character's part to constantly assume Grog doesn't know what he's talking about. It feels like they never consider his smart moments. I agree. It's something that we talked about a little bit when Matt, like when Vex insight checked Grog, and Matt made a hilarious joke. Like Matt made such a funny joke about like a simple mind with a simple plan. But the joke did kind of, I think that it and again, maybe this is an evolution from their home game of maybe Grog like played up, or Travis played up a much dumber version of Grog. Like maybe he like played that up a lot more, and he played that a lot less nuanced. We've talked about that a lot with Scanlan, of like Scanlan's character became more nuanced once they started the actual streams. It is very possible that Grog's character did too, but it became nuanced almost instantly. Like, I didn't see a lot of non-nuanced Grog, but it absolutely might have existed, and they're still stuck in that mindset. I do think it's unfair based on what we've seen, but it might be a little bit less unfair based on what we haven't seen, and we would, we can only speculate on that. YouTube did hide my joke about taking away the HP of the NPC leader and leaving Jason Charles Miller in charge. No! YouTube is... dude, I have removed all of the restrictions I can from YouTube, and it's still... Yeah, it's still... You have to use Minecraft speak of, like, unalive. But what are you gonna do? But anyways.
Yeah, what you were saying, Grog.
When it rains, the sun is shining.
It's deep, Grog. I like it.
Just stew on that.
I cast Cure Wounds on.
No, wait,
I
wait.
already did it. Too late. I fucking touched you, fucker.
Does that take the scar? Does that take everything away?
Takes the pain away.
Just the
It's tough, John. It's like, I think that is, and my players, I am very, very fortunate to play with a group that is very good at that. That's why we can have like a pretty high meta knowledge type of environment. But that is legitimately hard. The only advice I have, because I don't have a lot of, honestly, like player-centric advice other than, you know, from my perspective as a DM. My only advice is to consistently think about your character and think about what they would do in these sorts of situations. So, like, think about your character and just fucking workshop them when you're not in the hot seat. Because I think a lot of times when you're in the hot seat in a actual session and you're having to make a decision right then, it can be a lot easier to fall into, you know, this is what I would do rather than my character. You know, it can be harder to make that distinction. But I think consistently and there's also an aspect of making the character very different from yourself that can help. When a character is very distinctly different, I think it can be easier. Even as just like a learning exercise, like making a super, super different character just for the exercise of putting yourself very far away from your own mental leanings. But those are just ideas. I don't have good, consistent advice on that. Yeah. Especially since he's such an attentive player, just makes his Exu Calamity character all the better too. Oh, I can't wait. I keep making decisions that John would make and forget to try to play as my PC. How are they doing it so well? A lot of experience. And if we're being even more honest, it's there. I think it is a lot of their experience as actors, specifically playing like predetermined characters and having to like embody the voice of those characters and having to like really get into it on a like professional level. You know, this is like their job is to embody different characters. So I think that that's a lot of it. If I had to guess, but again, that is not something I can give. It's one of the reasons I'd be really interested to speak to someone like another creator who is like primarily a player rather than a DM. But I think the nature of what attracts people to DMing versus playing means that more of the online space in terms of creators is filled with DMs rather than players. But anyways.
Is it more
just cure wounds? What it does is it basically prevents infection. It does heal you for the hit points you would have lost for that. I'll say it nullifies the damage you would have taken from the burn mark. It does not alleviate you from the scarring. It's not as graphic as it would have been had it been left to heal on its own, but it does muddle the class symbol somewhat.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey.
Oh, shall we go back to Keep?
We can just kill them all now.
There's hundreds of them.
No, we can't.
I saw like 40 or 50.
Yeah,
That's
there's
what you
another
saw.
160 in the rafters.
And it would do no good. And then who would be bringing food and
Nobody's going to be
the city
bringing
in the first place?
They're going to go on doing the same thing they would have done with us or without us.
They're doing it without us, though.
We need
Yes,
to go
but
back to our
Percy,
keep.
Do you honestly think that after all of this was done, do you want to be beholden to those people?
And I don't believe they are going to bend the knee to Thordak. I don't believe it.
They're not going to. No, of course not.
And that was all I personally was worried about.
I wanted people on the inside keeping us informed. And we just lost a very powerful spy network.
See, and that is like, and I think that if Percy had said that, but Percy very directly said, I'm not saying anything that I wouldn't want him to overhear. I think he absolutely would not have wanted the class to overhear this. I think me and Percy are on the same page about the real reason to do this. The real reason is not what they actually talked about during the deal. It's having inside access to this spy network, where they could potentially make further deals in the future. But on the other side of that, I think it's very fair for the other party members to push back and saying, well, that's not worth it. We'll see if they do.
I think the only people on the inside right now have scales.
That's... everybody needs something.
Percy,
back
we
to
can
the keep.
find our own people. There are...
We are not going to bother. We're going to go and we're going to find a way of killing these things, and we're going to just hope for the best in this city. That's what we're going to do.
You guys are heading back. Need stealth checks from everybody?
Stealth check.
Yes.
That's bad trace.
Fuck.
Dear God.
Natural one.
Natural one.
Oh my God, really?
What? Even
No.
with plus, that just adds.
Natural one.
Natural 1, yeah.
That's pointless. Then what's the point of anybody rolling?
27.
19?
37.
29.
We have a plus 10?
Yes, we do.
Oh, 33.
All right. You guys push southward through the city, finding your way through Aperture. At this point, the sun has set. Night has come in, and occasionally you hear the flapping of leathery wings overhead as a number of sentry groups of wyvern riders go tearing through the city. At one point, you hear a similar kind of sound, and you hear other ones begin rising up off the rooftops, heading in your direction, Keyleth. What do you guys do?
I think
I'm going to push her against the wall. Like, the minute we see that, I'm going to push her against the wall, and I'm going to minor illusion a shadow right over her.
Okay. Make a new stealth check with disadvantage.
At 10.
It's a natural one on their end.
Oh, good.
As long as you didn't roll a natural one.
No, I didn't. I rolled an 8 plus a 7. So
Okay.
plus 10.
So at that point, one swoops down and lands on the edge of the roof, and you see it kind of curling down. And takes off again, and they continue on out of the way. You wait a few moments before silence takes the night once more, and you press on, heading southward.
Nice.
Good job, Percy.
Thank you, Percy.
One day you're going to stop
Shadows
being
come in
afraid of
handy.
me, by the way, and I hope that day comes soon.
Shadows come in handy.
Before we go to the keep, do you want to swing by the
The
place?
The place.
the place with the airships?
There's no swinging by. That's a caper. That's an entire thing. That's
Just
what
to
we're
go
gonna
there
do.
and look?
There's
The showroom is fucked. It's broken.
This is one of those things that we're going to have to get everybody on board before we even start talking about it. So probably a good night's sleep,
All right.
Need to sleep.
Wait
We need
for
to get up in the
nightfall
morning.
again.
and then we'll talk about an airship. I'm really on board with the airship.
All right.
I think we need to go to Vasselheim or Whitestone.
Vasselheim.
We don't need an airship to do that.
No, we
No,
don't.
we don't. But we also need to find out what's happening with Allura and Whiterun, Westrun, all those cities.
So many
Stonehenge.
places.
Stonehenge.
This may be
All
an
right,
easy way to get
back to the keep
be
then, I
moving.
guess.
Be our secret tunnel.
When we get there, can we just check in on Gilmore and the Queen?
Secret tunnel. Obligatory. I had to do it.
Yes, and as you return to the keep, Pike has been taking care of the rest of the individuals, and she's been seeing to Gilmore's side. Gilmore's fast asleep, dealing with the tail end of a fever that is broken after the healing from the day before, earlier in the day, I should say. Also appears that Salda and the children have been in and out, keeping an eye as well. Pike, as you enter, looks up to you with a smile and says, "He'll be all right. He's going to pull through.
That's wonderful.
I should probably stay with him for a bit, make sure he's okay."
Is he unconscious still?
He's asleep currently, yeah. He's been conscious throughout the day while you were gone, but he's got to rest a bit more. He still had a rough few days.
Dead on.
Just needs headphones.
As you need headphones and brush against the mic occasionally, especially during really, really impactful story moments.
What?
So you guys find yourselves resting for the evening. You take to a night's sleep.
You're gonna sleep, Grog?
Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta sleep.
I got to sleep.
If you don't sleep, you're gonna start getting levels of exhaustion for the next day.
Okay.
All right. So you lose the strength bonus. Everyone, you can get half of your hit dice back.
That's a lot.
Oh, good.
As the sun goes down?
Sun's been down.
It's been down and everyone's going to their rooms. I go to Keyleth's door and knock on it.
Keyleth.
I open the door. Hi.
Hi. I don't want to be alone tonight. Do you?
I haven't been wanting to be alone most nights. Can I let him in?
feel like I shouldn't be watching this.
Okay. So, we jump forward to the next morning.
That wasn't the kind of ship I was hoping to get. I don't think we can all fit on that ship.
So, next morning, you'll wake up, full hit points, get back at half of your spent, half of your max hit dice that you spent. All your spells back.
No, I was too busy looking away in funny embarrassment. What did Laura say to Travis? Wait.
Can I let him in?
She was in there gonna fuck.
I don't think we can all fit on that ship.
So, next morning, you'll wake up, full hit points, get back at half of your spent, half of your max hit dice that you spent. All your spells back.
I give Scanlan the Hat of Disguise back.
Okay.
You sure you don't need it?
Yeah, fuck him.
All right. Keep up those rhymes. Not bad for a first time out.
All right. So, what's the plan?
You know, Vex, I don't want to be alone right now.
I just take his face and I push him down.
Okay. That is something, that is actually a very emblematic statement of what I mean by joke character, where you do something in character that's not meant to be taken seriously. Now, I think that this one, I'm actually not going to be too harsh. I'm not going to be too harsh on it, because this one was like, it even like felt like out of table talk. He didn't expect like Vex to actually like really respond. He didn't expect Matt to do anything. But this is equivalent to me as pooping on the beds in terms of like what a joke character is, except this was more out of table talk. Like this was more said as like a player joke. You know what I'm saying? But it's a good example of like what I mean when I say joke character, you know? If Scanlan wasn't already the horny bard gnome, it would be a little different, but it was funny. Oh yeah, that was absolutely funny. And at no point did I ever, well, okay, that's not true. I sometimes did think that Scanlan wasn't funny, but the point is not whether or not it's funny. The point is whether or not I can take Scanlan seriously. I think a lot of previous Scanlan disrupted my ability to take him seriously. That didn't. It was above the table enough, which is a very vague line. Like, what is above the table enough is very vibes based. But to me, that was above enough. You know what I'm saying? Also, absolutely, AKL. Absolutely. These kind of jokes annoy me too much for me to find him funny. Well, I think that is a level of personal taste on whether or not it's funny. I don't think that if it's funny or not actually contributes to how seriously I take the character. Like, there is a level of, like, what is, like, you know, of comedy, like, verse, like, is it funny, is it not funny? I don't think that matters in terms of how seriously you have the ability to take the character. And that's more what I'm trying to hit on, is I didn't find the pooping on the bed funny, but that doesn't matter. And I did find this kind of funny, but that doesn't matter. It matters how above the table it is. How much is he expecting Matt to narrate environment changes around it? But also really not expecting the other players to really react. Like, I don't think he expects Vex there to seriously react to that. You know? But nothing recently has been bad. This one did annoy me, many others have. Did not annoy me, yeah. I think this is more above the table, Sam being a troll. Yeah, that's what I'm going after. Like, and again, it's really hard to define what is above the table and what is not. I think there's a hard line of like, if you expect Matt to narrate something around it, that's pretty not above the table. But beyond that, there's a bit of a gray line on it, you know? That it's hard to always know what is or what isn't. You're saying there are two separate dimensions. Is it successful comedy versus how does it affect the character as a whole? Yeah. How does it affect how seriously the character can be taken versus is it funny? Because people can be not funny. Sam Riegel is not a professional comedian. He's not doing stand-up out here. He's just fucking around with his friends. But there is a separate level to, does the comedy impact my ability to consider Scanlan an actual character? Like, when I say take Scanlan seriously, I don't mean like I need to consider him in the serious tone that I consider Percy. It is, does he actually feel like a character? or is he just like not a character, really? Is he just a joke? Is the entire character a joke? So yeah. I definitely think of that. What up, Mr. Simposter? It annoys me because it pulls out of the game. He was setting up a character interaction, but then OOC joke. I mean, I think that is one of the fundamental issues with making troll-esque jokes as your character. Like, I absolutely, and people's tolerance for that will be, like, I think AKL put it well, of, like, there are two separate dimensions to this, of, like, is it funny or is it not? Totally separate dimension from, does it pull you out? And I think people are going to have very different tolerances to that, of, like, it sounds like, for you, Little Hill, like, any narration of my character says this or Scanlan says that should be in character. It should be taken as a serious thing that character actually did. And I think that's a very fair level of tolerance to have with it. I think that they say some things in character that are not actually in character. They are above the table jokes that part of the joke is predicated on the character doing it, but not actually doing it. You know what I'm saying? It's a little weird. But I think that there are very different levels of tolerance for that. A lot of my favorite CR banter threads the line between in-character and OOC joking. That's why I didn't expect to like the adaptation as much as I turned out to, because it would be missing that. Yeah. Sam is bringing levity. Yeah. The unique and appealing thing about actual plays is the constant going back and forth of player interaction and character interactions. And I mean, like I said, I think that there's very differing levels of tolerance to that. And I think it's totally fair to be on any end of that spectrum, you know? Or I shouldn't even call it a spectrum. Any end of that gradient, you know? I think it's totally fair. And that is absolutely something you can bring up in Session 0. I think that is absolutely fair Session 0 discussion of how do we want to operate regarding our, like, characters. Do we only want to narrate character stuff if it is absolutely serious? I don't think it's necessary to talk about in Session 0, but I think if you want to, like, if it matters to you, if you're on either of those extreme ends, or not even extreme ends, but if you're on, like, a very, like, nailed down side of the gradient, that might be something you want to bring up in Session 0. I think it's totally fair to discuss, you know? You got me pegged. I'm glad. I hope that, you know, my I try to follow a argument, or not argument, but like debate / explanatory tactic called steel manning, which is the opposite of a straw man. You know, a straw man is when you describe your interlocutor, the person that you were having the discussion with, unfavorably. You purposely misrepresent their points. And I have heard the opposite called steel manning, where you purposely try to describe your interlocutor as favorably, and you try to, like, really describe their points very accurately to what they are saying, in order to have, like, more realistic discussion further. So I try to do that with chat. But it's hard sometimes. So I'm glad that I pegged it. The player is constantly evaluating the scene at the same time the character is. I feel that the fact that there are multiple levels of actual plays, exactly, Akale, that's a huge part of the art form to me that is so special. Yeah, actual plays, because I think from what I have seen, something like Dimension 20 seems to be much more on Little Hill's side of the gradient, where there is less over the table talk, a little bit more of that is edited out. It seems like when they're narrating their characters, they're staying pretty fucking in character. Like, that totally seems like a stylistic choice I know it's a stylistic choice for tables, and it seems like a very, honestly, impactful vibe and tonal choice for an actual play. I can see that being very impactful to how an actual play feels. Yeah. The vampire games where they stick to more in character and preserve tone, I like those too, but in a slightly different way. Yeah, that's fair. So being a decent person. Yeah, I think if you're not really purposefully going after it, I think that even, and I know you're slash J, I know you're joking around, but I think that even a decent person can fall into straw manning on accident if they're not really trying to go after it. I've seen it happen a lot with people I really respect, where they accidentally straw man someone that's just on the opposite side of an issue for them. Sometimes because, they're somewhat doing it on purpose, and other times because maybe they just don't understand that position enough. Steelman takes real effort, both intellectual and empathy. It's a great thing to aspire to, but degrades quickly under stress. Absolutely. Absolutely. A lot of the things that I try to do are aspirational. A lot of the advice that I give on here is aspirational. You'll see in my Dagger Heart streams how much of my advice I do or don't follow. But a lot of it, not most of it, all of it, I aspire to. It's also hard to parse out what is funny or not when comedy is subjective. Yeah, absolutely. Sam is in my part of Gen X, and our humor will fly over the heads of younger generations. Yeah. Oh, shit. I think we're passing ad time. Are we passing ad time? Ad starting soon. Goodbye. Starting music. Get water. I'll see you in a second. I forgot that we were coming up to ad time. I guess I'm talking to YouTube only right now. I need to put on some music. Music. What up? There are 4 or 5 Dimension 20 seasons that I've watched and some really liked, but some I have not prioritized finishing. They are very good, though IMO, I like the variety. The more anthology-esque nature of it, I can see that. Let's see. If I reset now, we'll be right at 56 minutes. So I need to change the whiteboard, and we will be off to the races. I'm liking the pacing of the breaks. I'm liking the pacing so far, and especially once there are also YouTube ads, I think it'll be very nice to be able to just like set them every hour and just have like a nice consistent break time to, go and do shit. But anyways, Critical Role.
All right, so what's the plan?
I don't know. Oh, good. Do we have a plan?
I suppose our plan is the Slayers take next.
Vasselheim.
How do we get there? Wait, we have to get rid of all the Fujis.
Yeah. We'll send them. We need to go to Whitestone then.
Well, here's the question: do we want to head towards Vasselheim from Whitestone?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yes.
So we'll all go. We'll take the last of the. I can't believe I'm going to.
Oh shit, John. I do see what you're talking about. There was a little interrupt on my side. I've got 156 frames dropped, which isn't much on the grand order of things, but it does look like it was me. Shit. Something I'm also debating is I'm using and paying for slobs to multi-stream. I am also considering other multi-streaming options. I'm not going to do restream, but I am potentially considering some OBS options, but I really need to look into them because I know that there are people that multi-stream from OBS. I think Pirate Software multi-streams through OBS. So I need to figure out how they do it because I was very attracted to slobs because it made it all very, very easy and very simple. But it hasn't been the most stable or consistent. It traded out consistency for ease and convenience. So I'm considering switching off of slobs and back to OBS, but I would need to find a much more reliable way to multi-stream. Anyways.
I'm going to say this. The last of the Fujis.
Yes.
Oh!
Ooh la la la.
Wait. All of our guards and our servants as well. I don't want to leave everyone here.
We're abandoning the keep?
I don't know what else to do. If dragons attack, our 5 guards aren't going to be able to do anything.
One dragon crashed in the roof of the building.
Accidentally smushed it.
What are the cook and the maid going to do?
Make it breakfast.
Jared's pretty badass, but I don't think he can handle
Dragons get hungry.
a white dragon.
When we come back, our keep will be gone.
And we'll be able to build it back up.
Destroyed.
It'll match the rest of the city.
Not necessarily.
Percival's the Lord of Whitestone. He's got a castle.
We find a new keep.
But my room is just the way I want it.
I'm sure that some lucky dragon's going to come and shit in your bed. It'll be fine. They'll just...
All right, if we're going to leave and leave the keep, I'll need a moment in my room.
Another room bathed in self-loathing.
Gather...
Doesn't need to be here.
Takes a good month to bathe a room in that much self-loathing.
You look like you're glowing this morning.
That's
guys.
ridiculous.
I've never seen you quite so chipper.
Let's
I'm
gather what we need.
So
That must be it.
Make sure that Gilmore is ready to move as well. We'll bring everybody through to Whitestone.
All right.
All right.
I guess we should go tell, the guards that they probably will have to leave if they want.
And that they can come work in Whitestone for the...
Well, I don't want to force them to, but of course they're welcome to.
Why don't you go ask the guards? I'll go talk to the kitchen staff.
All right.
I know who she's going to talk to.
Captain of the guards, anyway.
We'll save for the sake of brevity. You speak with the rest of the keep's staff, including the guards as well. Jared, for the most part, as long as I'm still getting paid, we're more than happy to go where you need us to be. If it's further away from dragons, I am okay with that.
Do you need your tools?
I can pack up my kit. And I've also technically got I've got a reasonable workshop back in Whitestone as well.
You do, yeah. Okay, so you gather your materials, you prepare at the tree in the center of the keep, you say your goodbyes.
Before we go out there, I go to my room, I take a dump on my bed.
You've used it at the Temple
No,
of Sarenrae?
it's not a potion, just a straight up poo.
Just a straight up poo? Okay. Marking your territory. I respect that.
I hang a note on the gate of the keep.
You're sitting on your own bed.
I don't want anyone else to use it.
Just checking.
With like a butter knife, I put a note on the gate to the keep that says,
Speaking of.
if Kaylee comes, go to Whitestone. P.S. If my painting is delivered, please forward to Scanlan Shorthalt, care of Whitestone.
Alrighty.
Mind the poo.
We'll leave a note for Allura and tell her that we've headed to Whitestone as well.
Okay. All right.
No, I don't say Whitestone. I say the place where we sent you originally, so that she knows where it is. But
Nice.
Okay. Notes are placed.
I'm not scanning.
Spells prepared.
Packed everything that could possibly be used to make anything dangerous out of my...
Okay. So you have your supplies at the ready. You all gather in the center of the Temple of Sarenrae. Gil?
not yet, Keyleth.
We'll be back.
What's wrong? Are you ready, Vex?
I mean, this is the first time we've had a home in forever.
I know.
I'm leaving it.
Can you make it disappear or something? No.
We can go. It's nothing. It's
I can put
nothing.
hallucinatory terrain over it that'll last a little bit, but not long enough to
just
make it worth
stone.
a while.
We've done it once before. We can do it again.
It will be built back better than before. That's what we do.
Let's go.
The portal opens outside of the tree, and all the refugees start rushing through. You guys give chase, following over to the opposite side, where Whitestone waits. You all emerge from the sun tree in the center of the familiar town.
Fucking cold.
It is chilly. Not as snow-dappled as it was when you first arrived. A little bit of melted, and the clouds are a little bit more open. You can see some of the blue sky above you. It's actually a beautiful day, if a bit chilly. As you emerge, you can see there's a few individuals in the center of the town, including a couple of the original refugees that were seen to almost be waiting for the rest to come through. And they greet you as soon as you arrive and rush up and grab a couple of people that they'd met at your guys' keep. Some come forward saying, "Thank you, I'm so glad you made it," and they shake your hands and everything. And you've arrived back in Whitestone. So, do you guys want to just wait here for the day and then make your way to Vasselheim?
Do we need to talk to anybody here?
Just to set up to make sure that Queen and her children are taken in the castle. We can actually.
You'll fill your sister in.
I will fill my sister in on how they're to be taken care of. Make sure that Gilmore is taken care of.
We may want to stock up on potions and stuff
Yeah,
before we
yeah,
leave.
buy as much as we can.
There's a shop.
Yeah.
There is, but you guys have cleaned it out.
Damn, we did.
Well,
It
we'll
is-
buy
it-
stuff in Vasselheim.
They have not had an opportunity to really restock.
can-
Their main providers have been killed.
Do you think that, with the time that's passed, Cassandra has found any of the belongings of the Briarwoods? And they were pretty, snazzy.
We can ask about that.
Okay, you go ahead and approach Cassandra, who's happy to greet you once you return. Did you have a question?
That?
Well, we need to kill some dragons, and we are out of everything. You've been here a while. Have you found anything of the Briarwoods? Any store of treasure or potion or anything of use?
Well, the personal effects we all retrieved when they were defeated.
Yes.
What remnants of income or gold which they had kept was put in with the rest of the Whitestone treasury when they took over.
Not so much interested in gold as in means of protection or healing.
They weren't really specialized in healing, I'm afraid, and what bits of protection they had you've already taken.
Yes.
But if gold is what you need, we can probably spare you some.
I mean, I'm not going to say no to gold.
Obviously, we'll
Take it along
cover a
with
little
Vasselheim.
bit just because we are going to need it for
So
the mission.
very generous of you.
Also, let's re-employ our castle guards as the Iman Royal guards for the meantime, and they can serve the Queen and her children.
I like it.
That can be very easily presented. And here we are. And there's a small chest with a lid that she hands over to you. She puts it out and your hands are already out already. Just kind of, all right. So, 2,000 gold from our coffers.
And-
it's not much, but we have to keep the city running.
Of course, of course.
And a small amount of the green gem, if that would be possible, that's left over from the mining operation.
Of the glass.
Of the glass, if possible.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you. I'm working on something.
Very well. It takes a few minutes for that to be retrieved from down south of the tomb of the mausoleum, but nevertheless, to get let's say four $half sized pieces of residuum glass.
Perfect.
Want to mark that down?
Four
shards of residuum glass. I should say. I hope that's of aid to you. Apology for the confusion. We have quite a bit individuals to find homes for and get them running. And
Gilmore will be of great help.
Yes,
And
as you told me.
I'm sorry to drop this all on you, and I'm thankful.
I'm thankful that we even have an opportunity to offer aid to somebody. That's thanks to you, so it's nothing.
It will not be the end of it. Sadly.
That's all right. Whatever we can do. Anyway, good luck.
I'll be off in the morning.
How are we getting to Vasselheim?
You can either teleport.
Yeah, teleport.
Is that true?
Just pop on over, yeah. We sleep for the night and then we go over to Vasselheim the next day.
Have dinner and
Hang out in Whitestone for the day.
I'm going to work on that little project.
Whitestone and chill.
I usually want to surprise the thing I was trying to attach to my gun, but wasn't working. I'm going to try and attach to my boot instead.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can draw you a sketch.
All right. While the rest of you guys are attempting to rest, I need you to go ahead and make a Tinker Tools check.
Tinker Tools.
Those in here.
That's better. 22.
22. You've affixed it to your boot. We'll see if it works.
And I've got like one working. I know I have to individual build. I have to build
The nubbin.
the actual device itself has to be built for individual usage. It's not auto. So I'm going to try and build one and see how it goes.
Okay. So total cost for the materials and that will put you at about 300 gold.
What?
300 gold.
Oh,
I'm working on something.
okay.
Thank you.
Are you
I
borrowing
mean, it's your city.
300 of your gold
That you
from
just
the money
gave me.
loaned
Since
to them?
since the day I've met her, I've given her every bloody time I've made. So yes, I just no longer even think about it
But I
anymore.
love
She's
you for it,
practically
yeah.
the royal treasurer.
I don't give her any.
She's just happier that way. So just yes.
She's just happy
My
with
money.
All right. You find an evening's rest. The next morning comes uneventfully. You find yourselves refreshed. You gain. I'd say at this point you're all at full hit dice after 2 nights of rest. You're fine. On to Whitestone, Keela?
Or Vasselheim.
Vasselheim, I mean, sorry. You're in Whitestone.
We were just here.
You recall you've seen a number of trees. The largest you've seen in Vasselheim have probably been on the outskirts of.
Hydra, maybe.
I was going to say we camped out in a few trees outside.
You can if you want to go
Vasselheim.
outside. Do you want to stop outside of the city or within the city? Is the question.
Whatever's closest.
No,
They don't
no
like-
magic in the city.
No magic
No
in the
magic
city,
in the city.
remember? And
That's
they,
right.
they
Outside the
Well,
city.
no arcane magic.
Oh, yeah,
Divine
that's right.
magic is a different thing.
Don't we have a
There's
temple
plenty of
that we
divine
can-
magic
that we
within the
can
city.
fly into?
Oh, is there a teleportation circle? Do we have one in Whitestone?
There wasn't a teleportation circle.
There are
to
no
Vasselheim.
there are no
That's
sigils to
arcane.
Vasselheim. That's part of the defense process
Oh,
is preventing any sort of like secret intrusion in that regard.
Okay.
So we'll teleport to the outside of the city, and then we'll perhaps
Hop on in?
sleep at the temple.
Okay.
There's the abundant
Or
terrace.
we always have rooms at Slayer's Take, remember?
We do always have rooms at Slayer's Take.
What's the abundant terrace? I don't remember.
That's the section that's Melora, the deity looks over. That is where primarily most of the farming, food, and
yeah, let's
goods
go
is kept
there.
there.
Let's go to
That's
the
where there are a
city.
number of orchards and things that are kept in that vicinity that you
Sure.
could go to if you wanted to. So
That's right outside the city?
it's within the city. It's
it's
one,
within
one,
the
it's one of the
city.
5 quarters. I won't say quarters. It's one of the 5 areas.
Sure.
Quarters. All right. So
Is it okay? Is it just all? Is Gilmore staying here in Whitestone? Yes.
Yes.
yeah, unless you want to try and bring him with you.
No. It makes sense to leave him here, right? I mean, where do you want to stay, Gilmore?
You're approaching Gilmore as he goes. Well, to be perfectly honest, I'm not quite feeling 100%, and let's just say I'm not a huge fan of the zealot type.
Understandable.
Vasselheim doesn't jangle my dingles.
I would
You've got a whole bookstore devoted to you here.
This is true.
appreciate
Oh,
your
yeah,
help
nice to get it.
restarting the economy of Whitestone. To be fair,
I guess it's not too late to open a new branch of Gilmore's glorious goods, since my other possibly 2 no longer exist. I was so close to opening. I started from nothing. I could do it again. Good luck, you all.
you as well.
So we're going to a tree outside of the city?
Yep.
Well, it's in like the farming district of the city.
It's within the actual city.
All right. Cool.
All right, using this once again off the sun tree, you guys step through. As you emerge out the other side, you are in the thick of a heavy orchard in the Abundance Terrace. There is heavy snowfall has fallen recently here, and where it was cold in Whitestone, it's cold here in Vasselheim. You can see looks like built-up ice and sleet that has recently been kind of pushed off the sides of the orchard. And even amongst this very, very cold weather, all the plant life in this area is vibrant and springtime green. As you all kind of emerge in the center of this orchard, you can see one of the nearby workers just kind of tilling the land, looks over. Hey! What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be in the middle of the orchard.
Slayer's Take business. We'll keep moving.
You're just leaving.
Fucking Slayers Take. Do whatever the fuck they want. Consider it a canteen. Fine, just get out. You guys,
I'm glad that manticore's not in your orchard. That's all I can say.
man's are cool.
That's just cruel.
Don't worry. We took care of it.
Thanks. He starts looking nervously over his shoulders as he goes back to his work. Eventually, you guys step outside of the terrace, finding your way to the Quad Roads, which is the central kind of network that the 4 main portions of Vasselheim attach to. This is the Arathis-based center of the town. You have before you, to remind you, at the very, very northern part of the town is the extremely tall, pointed mountain known as Heaven's Stair. Attached to that mountain on one side is the Silver Talon's Reach. That is the main temple to Bahamut. To the left of it, not against the mountain, not actually into it, is the Braving Grounds, and this is the area that is geared towards Cord, the deity of war, where you had previously had a conversation with the Dawn Master, the Earthbreaker, Grun. There's a Platinum Sanctuary in the Silver Talon's Reach, which is where the High Bearer Vord, the Silver Touched, the High Priest of Bahamut is. You also just left the Abundant Terrace, and there is the Quad Roads, which where the Slayer's Take currently is. And there's the Dusk Meadow, which is the Raven Queen's domain. Where do you guys want to go?
What was the Dusk Meadow again? Was that where we...
I'm gonna be for real. This is normally exactly the sort of shit I would be taking notes about. But I really feel like it won't matter. So I'm not going to. Like, and to be fair, to be clear, I'm not like faulting Matt for naming parts of his city. Like, I don't think I think that is good. But I'm just not going to take notes about it because I feel like on the level of theorizing, it's not really going to matter. Also, airships are cool. How does he do it? How does he know that none of this shit will matter? Somehow I don't think that the name Dusk Meadow is really gonna drive the jimmies. You know what I'm saying? What does he say? Jangle my dingle? Or whatever? Yeah. But yeah. And I don't got much to say about this. I have what I have written. I will also say this is the notes, the on-screen notes are quickly turning this into less of an accessible, like, direct audio-only experience. So I guess audio listeners, now you know, there is more shit happening on screen. There is stuff that I am writing down that I will never say out loud. So fuck you, audio listeners. But it's also gonna, like, help keep our pace, like, nice and quick, so make sure that I don't have to pause just to go off on a teleportation rant. Classic DM vibe of, I'm just gonna say the name of this place, and if the PCs ever get there, I'll figure out what the fuck it is. Yeah, honestly. But what if the secret to defeating Kima is coded in the district names? You know what? Honestly, for real, I do, oh man, now that I say it, maybe I should fucking write them down, because Vasselheim is like the cradle of civilization or whatever, and it definitely will come up in Exu Calamity. Like, absolutely guaranteed that Vasselheim as a concept will come up in Exu Calamity. And so maybe I actually should write down the district names because it might actually help me prepare for some Exu predictions. Shit. God. Now I have to go back, motherfucker. Oh, no. Okay. Shit. Oh, I also need to bring back up the comments. If that's the case, can we get the occasional notes / theory updates? We do. So, to be fair, I do sometimes re-narrate some of the notes, but like this was just like a little tangent, about teleportation that really has nothing to do with nothing. So, maybe. I'll have to feel it out as we go. Dusk Meadow is going to be extremely important just because you didn't. Like once every other week? Every other week? Holy shit. I mean, I am keeping all of the notes, to be fair. I am keeping all of the notes. Maybe I'll make I'll publish. I don't want to publish the notes directly. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about how to make the notes accessible if you aren't directly watching it. But you need to take notes. You will be tested later. Yeah.
Chase the Rakshasa.
That is where the...
Oh, wait, shit. All right. We're going back. we are going back. We're actually going to rewatch a decent part of this, partially because I know that we're really close to the end. We're really close. Matt ends at 3:37, so he ends in about 12 minutes.
Attached to that.
And I don't feel like I need to take this detailed of notes about normal cities, but I am going to take it about Vasselheim just because it's fucking Vasselheim. And I feel like a lot of this is going to come back up in Exu. So, we're going all the way fucking back to the Abundant Terrace. So their Abundant Terrace is chat will test me later, right? All right. Fucking Vasselheim notes. You know what? Fuck it. I'm taking notes about Vasselheim. At this point, I might as well just open up the location note. Because I know that I'm taking it almost exclusively about Vassal right now. Current state, we're going to give it a general layout. Whoa, big fucking, what do you call it? Deja vu. I know, I hope you prepared for the test at the end of next stream.
Of a heavy orchard in the Abundance Terrace. There is heavy snowfall has fallen recently here, and where it was cold in Whitestone, it's cold here in Vasselheim. You can see, looks like built-up ice and sleet that has recently been kind of pushed off the sides of the orchard. And even amongst this very, very cold weather, all of the plant life in this area is vibrant and springtime green. As you all kind of emerge in the center of this orchard, you can see one of the nearby workers just kind of tilling the land, looks over. Hey! What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be in the middle of the orchard.
Slayers take business. We'll keep moving.
We're just leaving.
Fucking Slayers do whatever the fuck they want. Drinks out his canteen. Fine, just get out. You guys.
I'm glad that manticore's not in your orchard. That's all I can say.
Manticore.
That's just true.
Don't worry. We took care of it.
Thanks. He starts looking nervously over his shoulders as he goes back to his work. Eventually you guys step outside of the terrace, finding your way to the quad roads, which is the central kind of network that the four main portions of Vasselheim attach to. This is the Arathis-based center of the town. You have before you, to remind you, at the very, very northern part of the town is the extremely tall, pointed mountain known as Heaven's Stair. Attached to that mountain on one side is the Silver Talon's Reach. That is the...
Woo! We're going through it quick. Okay. Very northern part of the town is a mountain... Heaven's Stair. I was gonna write it like stare, like fucking visualize.
Heaven's Stair. Attached to that mountain on one side is the Silver Talon's Reach. That is the main temple to Bahamut. To the left of it, not against the mountain, not actually into it, is the Braving Grounds, and this is the area that is geared towards Kord, the deity of war, where you had previously.
Wait, to the left of the mountain? Yeah. Okay.
Left of it, not against the mountain, not actually into it, is the Braving Grounds, and this is the area that is geared towards Kord, the deity of war, where you had previously had a conversation with the Dawnmaster, the Earthbreaker, Grun. There's a Platinum Sanctuary in the Silver Talon's Reach, which is where the High Bearer of Ward, the Silver Touched, the High Priest of Bahamut is.
Son of a... Oh my god. Earthbreaker... Grun. No note on the quad roads? Fuck! Did I miss it already? Okay, geared towards Kord, God of War, where Earthbreaker... I put green. Where Earthbreaker Grun is. I don't think we've mentioned the quad roads yet. No quad roads yet. Oh, wait, no. Fuck! Find your way into the quad roads, which is the central network. Okay. Quad roads. Quad roads. Central network that the four main portions of Vasselheim are attached to.
This is the Arathis-based center of the town. You have before you, to remind you, at the very, very northern part of the town is the extremely tall, pointed mountain known as Heaven's Stair. Attached to that mountain on one side is the Silver Talon's Reach. That is the main temple to Bahamut. To the left of it, not against the mountain, not actually into it, is the Braving Grounds, and this is the area that is geared towards Kord, the deity of war, where you had previously had a conversation with the
That guy.
Dawn Master, the Earthbreaker, Grun. There's a Platinum Sanctuary in the Silver Talon's Reach, which is where the High Bearer Vord, the Silver Touched, the High Priest of Bahamut is. You also just left the Abundant Terrace, and there is the Quad Roads, which where the Slayer's Take currently is. And there's the...
Wait, oh god. Okay, the Silver Touched, High Bear Vord. The Silver Touched. Not Speaker of Bahamut, High Priest. High Priest of Bahamut. This is all stuff that has been revealed before, so I do not blame Matt at all for, like, clipping through this. Normally, I would say fucking, take your time with your exposition, but this is all just reminder stuff. This is stuff that we should already know, so that's why he's blowing through it. Absolutely no problem with that. It's tough for me because I'm taking the notes for the first time, but all of the players should have already had these notes, and they should just be, like, confirming.
Vord, the Silver Touched, the High Priest of Bahamut is. You also just left the Abundant Terrace, and there is Quad Roads, which where the Slayer's Take currently is. And there's the Dusk Meadow, which is the Raven Queen's domain.
Wait, the Quad Roads is where? Arathis-based center of town. Quad Roads is also where the Slayer's Take is? That seems a little odd.
Where do you guys want to go?
What was the Dusk Meadow again? Was that where we chased the Rakshasa?
That is where the Amaranthine Oubliette resides, which is the prison of the city.
Okay. Dusk Meadow. Oh no, it doesn't even know how to spell that. I definitely spelled it wrong. Oh, it has an O. Dusk Meadow. Raven Queen's domain.
Where we chased the Rakshasa?
That is where the Amaranthine Oubliette resides, which is the prison of the city.
Amaranthine.
Was that where we
God.
chased the Rakshasa?
That is where the...
Amaranthine Oubliette. Do you think that that's a... Do you think that that's like a Twitch call out, or like kind of weird that he named the prison after after a hot tub streamer? That's kind of odd. I don't know. Is in Dusk Meadow, prison of the city. Amaranth is a flower. I know, I'm fucking around. I'm Iver Ford, Bahamut's public speaker. He wants to announce that he will start Casual Fridays.
The Amaranthine Oubliette resides, which is the prison of the city. Shh.
What was the name of the section of the city that has the Slayer's Take?
It's the Quad Roads. That's the Arathis, deity of civilization.
So, look, I really want to go talk to the Kung Fu Panda Master. I don't think we're going to get in a lot of fights here. The guy, he was, I think he was the teacher of Kern.
All right.
The guy I beat in the Crucible.
That ripped, chiseled old man you're talking about.
Yeah.
The guy who beat you twice?
No. And nobody beat me twice. I got lucky once. Get it straight. But I want to go talk to him because maybe we need some more fighters and strong folks, and I think you might know where they might be.
We should talk to the Slayer's Take as well.
We should get our rooms.
Yeah,
Very
let's
least.
go post up.
We have things to put down.
I'm also only about a day's travel from Pyra.
What's that? Pyra?
That will be
A home.
Oh.
what's left of it. That will be a trip that will be necessary soon, but not yet.
Right, so you guys have the Slayer's Take first, or are we heading?
Yeah, Slayer's Take.
Yeah.
All right.
Just to let them know we're here. We need some rooms
Okay.
for free.
You make your way to the outside of the main Slayer's Take Guild Hall. The dark wood exterior greets you happily. You can see they still have a few of the. They have like this gathering of various antlers of creatures that are kind of tangled into each other that form this kind of rustic-looking entrance. And there on the front doors, you see emblazoned the Slayer's Take. For a better term, their symbol with the words of their actual guild spread across it, as you saw before. Opening the front door, you can see within the main foyer area there is the dark iron chandeliers that run across the entire length of the main, kind of almost like a moot hall, if you will. And across the front, where is it? Here we go. Across the front area, you find the clerk desk sitting behind it. A familiar red-haired, kind of tousled, chin-bearded, scarred-up tiny man with his feet up on the desk, kind of falling asleep in his chair.
Oi!
Ta-da!
What is this craziness?
This
been some time.
Yes, it has.
So, hello.
Hi.
What's your business? What you looking for?
Who's it?
What can make it this one? Huh?
Dragons? Have you heard about anything?
Man, other than the fact that you killed one, that is the most recent, but, nothing beyond that, really, no.
We're gonna need rooms.
And we're probably going to need to speak to your lady
Wife.
lord. Well, your wife, but I'm talking about the boss here.
That's his wife.
Higher still. Sphinx.
Oh.
Nessa, she is currently out on a hunt. Should be back in the next day or so.
We've urgent business to discuss with her. For now, we need a place to stay.
Well, you're always welcome here. This is your home away from home, so please, take a load off, pick a room. It's up to you. It's good to see you all so healthy.
Healthy.
Thank you,
Yes.
Merton. Right?
Nice.
Oh.
Whoa.
So glad to hear.
The only reason I remember that is because it sounds like Merkel.
Is Zara around?
She's actually currently out with Vanessa on the hunt as we speak.
That's wonderful.
So we can see her.
Okay, well,
Sorry, we're tired. We've been hopping all over.
Me too. I was sleeping when you came in. I don't mind if I get back to that.
Sorry. So, any room?
yes,
or-
Yes, any room?
in a room.
If it's somebody else's room, they'll let you know. So please take your time.
Okay. Well, you settling?
I'm settling in.
Yeah, I guess we all
All
settled.
right, room in.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a number of empty rooms. Doesn't look like there's a lot of individuals around. As you walk down one of the hallways, though, you do see there's a card table, and the two individuals in there, you see a very, very scarred, burly, and frustrated dwarf who's throwing down cards on a table. Black, long series of beards in his hair over his beard. You see there's Torbeer is sitting there at the card table
my God.
with another man wearing really, really beautiful ornate armor that is well polished, very short, kind of dirty blonde hair, who is currently apparently owning him at cards, going, "It's terrible luck, friend. I'm sorry to hear this." Taking his, it's Aldor.
Whoa!
Torbeer sitting there, throws the cards on the table. They tell me I'm supposed to have the luck of the dwarves. Oh, I guess it's about time you all showed up. I'm gonna get a drink. And he gets up away from the table and just kind of walks away from the rest of you, like kind of a half-hearted hi, but he's in a huff mood and walks off. Aldor takes his winnings and kind of scoops the change into a pouch.
Aldor.
How's Lyra? Have you seen her?
Why? Have you seen her?
Not in a while, but we thought you guys were engaged to be married, no?
It's the last we heard.
He reaches forward and grabs your shirt and pulls it in. Where'd you get that?
Not from a reliable source, I promise.
Very sketchy.
Good. You haven't seen her, have you?
Not in
No.
a long time.
She's still a member of the Slayer's Take, of course, though, isn't she?
I assume. I just run if I see her. She's a bit
Nah.
No, she seems nice to me.
good. You know, actually, if you want to do me a favor, and I mean, she's a nice girl. Probably pretty easy if you ask her. Why don't you take her off my hands and you have a government date? Take her out for dinner, you know?
Saw her
Distract
first.
her.
You saw her first. I'm a man of honor.
Oh, no. I should go. He grabs the stuff and leaves in a huff.
Good to see him. Yeah.
It's looking well.
True love.
It's weird being back, you guys.
Well, I guess we should ask them all.
Oh yeah, Valkyrie. I mean, I talked about Aldor and Lyra an amount during the Vasselheim arc. Yeah, it's not that bad, but it does kind of rub me the wrong way. I agree. I mean, it's the character that Felicia chose to play, like, full autonomy there, but yeah, the character rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know. Also, yeah, Grog using real life references is fine for me because it's translating information from players to understand. You will probably see I use real life references pretty often. I use real life references pretty often while I'm DMing because I'm a big metaphor guy, and until we've really been in a campaign for a really long time, it is hard to use it's hard to use in fiction metaphors that aren't vibes based and like hard to understand until you've really been in that world for a long time. So yeah, especially at the beginning of campaigns, I will use real life metaphors a lot to try and really efficiently and quickly get the PCs up to speed on what they are seeing and what the general feel is of the world around them. I hate to be if the roles were reverse person, but yeah. And it's tough because to me, it feels like playing into stereotypes. But if the person that the stereotypes are about wants to play into it, I don't know. The whole situation feels like something that I don't have a lot of room to like really get deep into the weeds about. But it definitely rubs me the wrong way.
All if they want to come with us to fight a dragon.
Yeah, do we do that now or do we do it in the morning?
In the morning.
In the morning.
Talk to
Morning.
Nessa.
Feels
Let's
like
take
we
a
were
nap.
just running screaming from dragons
Yeah,
in the
clear
sky.
ahead.
And now
Yeah.
Let's,
We travel.
We'll sleep on it. We'll talk to Nessa in the
Tell you what,
morning.
we'll get up in the morning, we'll take some of that gold, we'll put it to good use, we'll wait till Nessa gets back, and then we'll carve out a plan.
Okay, sounds good.
Percival?
that sounds just fine.
Cord strength to us all.
Yeah.
I wonder if Kashaw is still here.
Probably, he works here, doesn't he?
Who?
Kashaw. That was the one that they went out on a
Oh,
little
right,
gang.
Keelan, the guy that kissed you.
Brooding, handsome,
He
was so
troubled.
handsome.
He was so troubled.
He was.
Yeah. He was very handsome.
I felt it.
So we should probably go sleep, you guys.
It's like morning still.
Yeah, it's like maybe 10 a.m. I
Take a nap.
mean, it's across the world, so it's
The whole Kashaw thing was also very weird. But separate from that, admittedly very funny time to bring it up.
actually technically earlier.
You know, it's jet lag. Teleport lag. Teleport lag. It just
Maybe
gets to
Nessa and
you.
Zara have seen him. We can find out. I mean, we could use another healer, always.
It would be
Sure.
10,
You know,
10:30
he's
in
kind of a
Whitestone.
lone wolf. You don't
About
wanna-
6:37 in the morning, like really early morning in
Like,
Vasselheim.
speaking of parents, do you want to check in with Sarah, your temple?
Pike has actually stayed back
Spike.
in Whitestone to help the refugees.
Oh, she didn't even come to Vasselheim.
No, but she did say she's hoping she's going to keep an eye best she can through Sarah and Ray. When she can pop in, she'll try and see if she can project her form
If we thought about it, we
going
would.
forward.
She's led by her conscience.
Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, that's... Yup. We talked about it, like, at I think 2 or 3 sessions ago, of, like, they probably need to institute some sort of gimmick. And there we go. She's going to keep an eye through Sarah and Ray.
Through Sarah and Ray, when she can pop in, she'll
When she can, she will project her form going forward. There's that little bit of like, hey, from now on, this is how we're gonna do it, which I think is totally fair. Was the overly attached girlfriend popular at this time? Possibly playing into the meme, think of inspiration, not justifying it. No, I think I think that's sort of what I'm getting after. Is like that's not like a great stereotype, and even if you are playing into it, but if you're the type of person that the stereotype is about, it's kind of like a taking back. I don't know. Like I said, I have things in that vein that I feel like I can talk about, but that's not one of them. I feel like I have a little bit more knowledge and experience in like talking about like sexuality stuff, but I do not have experience being a woman in the mid 10s, late aughts. So I don't know that I have a ton of area to I just don't have a ton to say on it because I didn't live it.
Let's try and see if she can project her form
If we thought about it, we
going
would.
forward.
She's led by her conscience.
Okay.
She's led by her schedule in New York.
We didn't think to leave her a stone, did we?
If you'd like to, you could.
Let's. Do we want to
Would we have done that?
I would have definitely suggested leaving her with one of the stones so that she
We
could.
probably should leave a stone with her so she can pop in with us.
Okay, we'll say that she does that. She keeps the gate stone with herself just in case.
Trinket stays in them on, right?
Shut up!
Trinket's going to guard the castle.
It's right here, right now. He has been quiet because he's really well behaved.
I'm still
He gets from practicing his stealth.
Yeah. so stealthy done.
All right, so you've set up your rooms, your stuff about you. You have a full day before seemingly anyone from the stairs takes going to come back. Where do you want to head?
Individuals?
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Individual
Buy
pursuits?
potions in this city?
What?
I don't know.
Shit, you can't, can you?
I'm afraid to start anything. It's 11.
I
It's
know,
11
it's-
o'clock.
yeah.
I just don't want to start anything.
All right. Then we will end it there this evening. Thank you. I just want to get an idea of where you guys were going for next week.
Okay.
I plan to go see Earthbreaker Groove.
Okay.
I want to wait and.
Also, oh my gosh, love that. Absolutely love that. Then we will end here this evening. I just want to get an idea of where you're going to go. I think we talked about this sometime in the past 5 sessions of like, if something ends super open-ended. I think it was, when I was saying that I thought that Matt didn't know that they were going to the keep, but it ended up that they said they were going to the keep at the end of the last episode and they got there. But this is great. Like when you feel like it's a natural end to the session, but it ends super open-ended, just like polling the party for like, hey, like, you know, next time, like, what are you guys thinking? Vasselheim's a big fucking city. What exactly are your plans here, you know? I think that is amazing. A very, very, very good thing to model. Because this will help focus your prep as a DM so much. It is impossible. Even though Vasselheim is an established city that Matt has had and that they've spent time in, it's impossible to prep the whole thing. Absolutely impossible. So getting a little bit of like, hey, what are you guys thinking, will help focus your prep so that you can make good detailed prep without having to make a fucking shitload of it.
All right. Then we will end it there this evening. Thank you. I just want to get an idea of where you guys were going for next week.
I plan to go see Earthbreaker Groove.
Okay.
I want to wait and talk to Zara.
Okay.
I may want to have a conversation at the Temple of the Raven Queen.
Okay.
About some stuff.
All right.
Zara sounds fun.
All right. But I do want to, buy potions as well and stock up.
I don't think
All right.
Yeah, that too.
All right.
nothing. I'd probably tag along with Percival.
Okay.
He's got a good idea.
What about what?
Old punchy man, you don't want to come with?
Oh, yeah, I'll come watch you if you're going to have a fight.
No, I'm have a conversation
No,
with
no,
the guy.
you're right. I do want to see Old Punchy Man.
Yeah.
We can do both.
Come on, hand to hand.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so
Watch you lose again.
I'm not fighting him.
all right, so Vax and Scanlan are going with Grog to the Trial
then Zara.
Forge.
Okay.
And, all right. And
I'm going to stock up on a bunch of stuff before.
okay, we'll do some shopping at the top. And
I'm gonna go to the Temple of the Raven Queen. I also want to talk to our mapmaker friend.
okay, so to the Raven's Crest. Got it.
Yeah.
All right, cool. We'll pick it up next week at that point, guys. Awesome. Well done, guys. All right.
Yeah.
Back in,
We abandoned Grayskull Keep.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
That
we
was
did,
tough.
and it's
Yeah.
sad.
Very sad. We abandoned him on.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
Can't help it.
Zam. Prep is even harder when your players can teleport. Yeah, prep becomes progressively harder. Well, I think it becomes progressively both harder and easier as your players get higher and higher and higher level. Because presumably, depending on the pace that you're leveling at, you have more and more of the world built out. You have established NPCs, you have established locations. Like, theoretically, they will be trotting paths that are already worn, and you can kind of you don't have to think up new things. You just have to think up consequences to old things. Trick question, Albie. The Dusk Meadow is the domain of the Raven Queen. I remember things. But at the same time, Dr. Hoovy points out a very solid point of when your players can go anywhere, you have to consider that. So you either have to get in character, where are you going, or fucking out of character. Hey, by the way, where the fuck do I focus my prep? Who's the Raven Queen? I don't know, some god. Isn't she a Shadowfell god? I think she's like a pretty common warlock patron, no? What is the Amaranthine Terrace? It's a streamer with a bunch of fruit. I can't believe you actually remembered that. Steel Trap. Steel Trap for the next 10 minutes. I have like a medium term memory. I have good medium term memory. Where the point where the memories transition between short term and long term, I got those on lock. Short term, trash. Long term, trash. But during that transition point, I could access them. I could get there. It also helps when I write shit down, you know? I think if I wouldn't have written them down, no shot. No chance. Oh, man. That was a good episode. It was a good episode. A little slow. Or it was a good half ep. Little slow, but it had some great character work. So I would give it thumbs up. Honestly. I would give it some nice uppage thumbage, you know? Because like I said, like not even considering the first half of the episode, not like a ton didn't happen, but I think a solid enough amount happened, and there was just some really, really good character work with the whole Slayer's Take stuff. So I liked it a lot. It's all fun and games until your players launch trees at the moon so they can go. That's such a great fucking idea, Dr. Hoovy. Because you've seen the tree before. You're very familiar with you're very familiar with the tree. Decent ep, good stream. Thank you, AKL. Thank you. I appreciate it. Alrighty. Let's see. Let's do some notes organization before the next ad break. I'm gonna finish it out. Or I guess actually we could you know kind of go with like towards the end of stream for the ad break. I guess how long do we have? We're on a timer. We got 9 minutes before the next ad break. We're gonna get you out of here without having to see any more fucking advertisers. Holy shit. Okay, maybe not. Okay. Not super important. Vax took somebody else, turned them into looking like oh, man. The project is funded by Moon Druids. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, maybe there actually is quite a bit that we have to go through. Maybe that'll be part of our intro? Nah, I'll probably just do this off stream, do some of the organization off stream, and then if there's anything interesting, I'll mention it before the start of the next step. I think that's the right way to go about it. Thank you. It's slightly undermining my own point. Pretty pleased for the sake of my sanity. Oh no, did I spell Vasselheim wrong? To be fair, I have Vasselheim spelled right in its actual note. Oh wait, no, I don't. It's EI. It's EI. Sanity, don't even know we can survive an ad. No! No surviving the ads. Although we also have after credit stuff. We also have after credit stuff, so we might not be able to. We might need to do the ad. We might need to do the ad. All right, we'll do one more ad. I don't want it to be like I run an ad, get some quick money, and then we stream for like 5 more seconds. Although to be fair, the money is like 2 cents. Yeah, we like seeing you organize. All right, fair enough. Let's do the post-credit stuff, and then we'll do some organization. I totally forgot about the post-credit stuff. So we'll do some organization. That's true. Heim, prone, Heim, like Heimen minus the N, is an actual word in Norwegian. Well, one of the Norwegians. Are there multiple Norwegians? Organization is fun. That's true. That's fair.
From there, we have to go somewhere else in order to come back to it.
Grayskull Keep is going to
Sometimes
be an
you have
ancient
to
dragon's kitty litter box.
Send something away in order
allergic
to...
to it.
You love it. You have to
let it go.
That's Grog Wisdom right there.
Or our Elven Town.
Don't say that.
Great job, man.
I'm not
Great job.
You guys. I was going to say, do you know who says if you love it, you have to let it go?
Who?
The one who got dumped. That's who. Who got dumped. Sorry.
It's horrible.
So true.
Yeah, you are.
Alright.
I'm a terrible person.
Well, guys, thank you so much for watching. We'll pick this up next Thursday. Those we'll see tomorrow in Colorado. Looking forward to it. And
The one who got dumped. Damn. As someone who genuinely enjoys seeing game streamers fiddle around with inventory management, absolutely agree. All right, let's start it then. We'll go back to the primary share. There we go. And then we're going to have an ad pretty quick. That's true. Anyone who doesn't want to stick around doesn't need to. That's very accurate. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Hoovy. I appreciate it. Just needed to empty my wallet. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Did you do the discussion about the Battle Royale? Not yet, mostly because I don't know I don't even know what the actual CR schedule is going to look like, because I'm going to prioritize Dagger Heart over I'm gonna prioritize Dagger Heart, like the not like a normal Dagger Heart stream, like when I play Dagger Heart with the other content creators, prioritizing that over normal Critical Role schedule. So I'm not quite sure what the schedule will even look like, and I'm also not entirely sure about like the Battle Royale versus the Q&A. I'm gonna put out more of like an actual poll about it once I get my other scheduling a little bit more figured out. Oh my gosh, what was that? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna put all of this Vex notes just into Vex's into Vex's thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, where's Vox Machina? There's Vox Machina. I'm just gonna do some. I'm gonna do a backstory / history. Boop. And I'm just gonna pop all that in there. It doesn't have to be super in detail, you know. We already have the Clasp linked. We already have Vax linked. Yeah. I want to keep track that this happened in case it does get brought back up, but I don't think there's anything super, there. Was stuck on one thing, but the people in their Discord was nice and helped really quick. I really like Obsidian. I like Obsidian a lot. Finally cut up to live. What up, Deadly? Thank you. Yeah, I think Obsidian's really nice for my needs personally. But I can very much see that like my needs may not be everyone's needs, but like I did try a lot of other solutions and they did not work nearly as well. Also I can put on some music. I forgot about the music. Okay, quieter. Much quieter music, but still put on some music. You can remove the marked for death part. Where did I have the marked for death part? Vex was marked for death. No, this is a direct quote from Vax. Vax said marked for death. Now, I don't know if Vax was misspeaking and then, was clarifying later. But according to Vax, this is what happened. When Vax explained it last time. I do know that, and he also said someone else died in her place. But then he kind of re-clarified a lot of it. Maybe an additional point that Keyleth burnt it off. That's true. That's why he got Brand on his back, which has now been sort of burned off / muddled by Keyleth. Maybe it was retconned. Could have been. Could have been retconned. I'm going to leave both for now. You know, it'll be conflicting information, but that's okay. And we'll see if it matters at all later on. Okay, Spiraling Shen definitely gets his own note. Absolutely gets his own note. He is definitely needing it. We're just gonna go Shen. Clasp of Iman. Shen. Boop. Not a... also, I need to say human. The Clasp. The Clasp member. Red Monocle. Spiraling. Master of Networks in the Clasp of Iman. Not a negligible point. Iman. Not a huge fan of Vox Machina at the moment. Not the biggest fan. Close brackets, it automatically opens and closes the brackets. See? Boop. You just do the opens and it automatically puts in the closes. Oh, this was something interesting that I might note about Iman. Also, this one's kind of funky, this song. Oh, wait. Wait, I got a favorite this one. I like this one. It's called Ticklish. Ticklish by Quincas Merira. Oh no, the ad's starting! The ad's starting! Quick! Goodbye! I'll see you later! Ah! See, that'll be funny for the Twitch people, but, you know, us YouTube people, we see behind the curtain. We know what's up. We know that I didn't actually die. I'll see you guys in a second. Hello, hello. What up? Oh, wait. Dude, creator music is weird. I need to download this shit. What's up, everybody? Hope your ad break was good. I took a nice pee. Oh no, where did my... Alright, I don't know where my water bottle went, but we're not going to worry about that right now. This music unsettles me. It's strangely non-Euclidean. Trickster God with Lavender Town. It did kind of remind me of the music from... oh gosh, what... Paper Mario TTYD. What is it? It's not Shadow Town. What's the Shadow Town called? Oh, with it like Dupless is in. God, why can't I remember that town name? Wait. Dupless. Yeah, I know he's one of the bosses. Come on. Creepy Steeple of Twilight Town. Wait. Twilight Town. It kind of reminded me of this. Can I show you guys this? Is this application capture working? Hey, there we go. Oh god, wait. I gotta stop the other music before I play this. It reminds me a lot of this. I fucking love. Hey, I want to see if it gets... There's a more recognizable part of it. Yeah. A little bit of that. Anyways, that's what Ticklish reminded me of. I need to know where this one is from. The next one was called Dance of the Gypsies by Hanu Dixit. I will put it into chat because I don't know how to spell it. That one was the next one. This sounds like the soundtrack for the sexy reveal of a protagonist. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I hear that. All right. Anyways, total side tangent over. There we go. Okay. Also, sounds faintly like the Fallen London. Oh, Fallen London. All of the Fallen London series are great. Like Sunless Seas. Fallen London's from Sunless Skies, and then God, what's it called in Sunless Skies? Is it just called London, or is it like Ascendant London or Risen London? I feel like it has a different name than just London in Sunless Skies, but I can't remember it. Anyways. Oh yeah, I wanted to note that the northern tunnel structure under the Cloud Top district is collapsed. It's just a little ditty, a little note that I thought was a little interesting. Creatures have continued eastward from Westrun, maybe towards Wildmount. I want to note that in the events, in the invasion of Amon. So, the dragons continued eastward towards Westrun. Fucked it up. Then kept going east. And I'm going to get rid of my maybe towards Wildmount speculation. But I think that there are other cities to the east of Westrun. I just don't know what they are off the top of my head. I think there is one. And I might have it as Winter's Crest. No. Do I have Vox Machina? No. There was, in the story of Vox Machina, there was, like, a place that they came from. But I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was just Westrun. Oh, I thought that this was really cool. In apocalypse type scenarios, maybe we'll just do all of the info that I don't say out loud. I'll say at the end, and then if we have a discussion, we have it, and if we don't, we don't. For you audio listeners, but that just means the audio listeners have to stay until the end. In apocalypse type scenarios, especially a scenario where dragons are taking all the shiny stuff, food, medicine, and information are great pieces of value when it comes to trade and barter. I especially love Tao's inclusion of medicine here. I think medicine is a great thing to add, because I think normally food and water are the main two that are considered in apocalypse type scenarios. But the inclusion of medicine, I think, is very real and is very impactful. So anyways, yeah, don't got much. I also want to see a strings attached type deal, which is exactly what we saw with the Clasp, owing favors, like a getting in bed with the mob type story, where like you're never really out. Very reminiscent of if you've ever watched Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Fucking spoiler alert. So stop listening or mute for 30 seconds if you want to watch that show and haven't. Spoilers for like the final seasons. Both Midge gets in bed with the mob, and like they, once you're in, you're never really out, and they kind of directly tell the manager that, and then Midge's ex becomes way more involved with them to get Midge out of it. And I really, really liked that plot line in general. I don't think that the last season was great, in my opinion. But that plot line of like, once you're in bed with the mob, you never really get out, I think was a very interesting aspect of the end of that show. And I think it would be really, really interesting, a really interesting route to go down with the Clasp, especially. So I was really into that argument. And we talked more about kind of the rest of it. Also, love, like, very fair consequences for Vox Machina. Like, they negotiated a bit, told the class to go fuck themselves. The class told them to go fuck themselves. Very reasonable consequences. Incredibly reasonable consequences. So I really, really liked that. I don't really think there's many notes here. Oh, actually, there's a huge note. What the fuck am I talking about? There's a fucking massive ass note with the Clasp. Current status fucking hates Vox Machina. Does not fuck with them. It's on site currently. It's like, this is absolutely a change in the status quo with them now. Started 4 hours ago, just joined in Mega Starts. Fuck you, Daniel. Fuck this fucking guy. Can I, you know what? Wait, where's Daniel? Can I give him a timeout for that? I don't even know how, but I'm going to figure it out just for Daniel. Just for Daniel's ass. Wait, I just want to read really quick. I want to read Daniel's chat history, and I want to see the proportion that are just making fun of my timing. Okay, I didn't see it. Okay, actually, he has a very nice chat history. Fuck! God damn it. That's just the impression that you're making, Daniel, as someone who only makes fun of me. Live audit on stream. All right, let's see. Good foreshadowing danger moment with that. Nice character moment from Vax. Me theorizing about how you could make a residuum gun out of the black sphere. I don't think you can, but also I can draw you a sketch was hilarious from Taliesin. Big NL energy. I should watch more NL. I like everything I've ever seen of NL, but I have never watched him consistently. I really want to watch more of his Bellatro streams, because Bellatro seems fun. But yeah, and then I sort of talked about teleportation stuff, mainly that I like giving PCs an option or an ability to activate teleportation circle. I really like giving them that option so you can have permanent teleportation circles where they can teleport between places, but it costs resources. It very much is like you have to pay a cost to do this. And then later on they get their own teleportation circle. Like they get, the ability to do that more easily and flexibly and regularly. And then towards the higher levels where they are now, they get like transportation via plants. They get the actual teleport spell. But I like for there to be an escalation because I feel like teleportation just really comes out of fucking nowhere around like the middle levels. And I think that I like for there to be a more gradual buildup, especially in a high magic setting where teleportation circles are like not a common thing, but like not an uncommon thing, to be fair. Matt said they're just about releasing DM tips. Like they're just about releasing DM tips. Wait. Like chronologically right now? Like in like he just said that in Dangerous Dealings, or are you talking about like current day Matt Mercer said that? Oh, looking forward to it. My next episode of GM Tips. Is that the Q&A? Probably not. I have to debate. Basically, general answer. The only things that I absolutely am watching are things that have an episode tag after the end of it. That is the only thing that is guaranteed. If it has episode 43, I'm watching it. Everything else is maybe. I have watched other stuff like Bone Zone type content before, like D and Diesel. But there's no guarantee. It'll depend on my interest level, audience interest level, and my desire to delay the pace of the mainline episodes. Because that is like always a thing in the back of my mind is every time I do Bone Zone content, if I could have done a regular episode, that is slowing down the pace of the normal episodes. So the short answer is I don't know. That's the short answer. But yeah, they did handbook helper stuff, and GM tips were the shoes they did on GNS. Gotcha. You can always tag the battle royouts and or Q&A at some point in the future. Yeah. I found DM tips to be for new DMs. No, GNS started DM tips at the same time. At the time of this episode, they had 4 episodes out. I DM'd you this yesterday. Okay. Is this the Q&A stuff? Or is this separate from the Q&A stuff? Because I know you sent me quite a bit. Is this, so skip the Q&A, save it for later. So is GM tips the Q&A? Because I am now confused. I know I was aware of, oh, no, that was the last message you sent was also DM tips. Oh gosh, I just got everything confused in my head. So there's the Q&A, there's GM tips after, I see exactly where you said it, after Ep 37. And they put out 4 videos, all no longer than 7 minutes. I got them confused in my head. When I read your message, John, I was just like, yeah, DM tips is the Q&A. that is instantly what I thought when I read that. I was just like, oh, okay, so he's just providing more context on the Q&A, but it's separate. I'm tracking it all now. But yeah, basically we'll see. I don't know yet. John sent me some very detailed notes on it, and I have skimmed all of them clearly by me not recognizing something that he directly went over. Because I still don't know the schedule well enough to give any sort of detailed answers or any detailed decidings. DM tips, they're like 7 minutes long. Yeah, so I don't want to do bonus content during a main episode. So if I'm going to watch that, I need it to be like a stream of bonus content, if that makes sense. So like the fact that they are 7 minutes long is, I don't want to say it's like a problem, but like that is a factor for me of I wouldn't want to put them at like the beginning or end of a main ep. I would want to put them in an episode with a bunch of other bonus content. But anyways. Anyhow. Anyways, arrived in Vasselheim. Slayer's take. Oh, and then I took all my Vasselheim notes. I should make my own. Do I have Slayer's take? I do have the Slayer's take. Shoop. Shoop, baby, shoop. Wow, I don't have any fucking notes on them. That's crazy. Head of the guild is Vanessa, who we definitely need a note about. And then Merton. Zara. I'm not going to take notes on the guest PCs. Maybe they'll come back up. But it's not that I'm not going to take notes on them, but I am not going to be detailed. All of the guest player PCs are still there. Yeah. Okay. So I think we need Merton and Vanessa. And we don't need crazy notes on them. It's just partner of Vanessa. What? Vanessa. Member of Slayer's Take. And then Vanessa gets her own note. Partner of... Oh, wait. Partner of Merton. Head of Slayer's Take. There we go. And that was actually it. Let's see if we did a little bit of updating on the class, but mainly we did some updating on Vasselheim, and we are about to go into Vasselheim. So let's just review Vasselheim's graph. Why don't we? Let's review Vasselheim's graph. Let's just see what's going on here, you know? You find the relationship more important than their job? How romantic. Yeah, I mean, I think if you're going to betray something, you're going to betray your job first, you know? I'm always on the lookout for betrayals. Okay. Vasselheim, related to penance, the wiping of civilization, related to Vox Machina, related to Othanzia, and related to Thordak the Cinder King. Why is it related to Thordak? Thordak. Where is he related to Vasselheim? Or where is Vasselheim related to Thordak? Oh, the dragons could be foolish to attack it. Oh, right. Yeah, the Chroma Conclave could be foolish to attack it. That's fair. No. We do not need Thordak. And Othanzia. What does Othanzia's graph look like? Oh, literally just Vasselheim and Pyra. Let's see. One dragon type per continent. That's right. Part of my theory, my one dragon type per continent theory, was that Othanzia was specifically the realm of white dragons. So we're going to have to keep an eye while we're in Vasselheim. We're going to have to keep an eye to see if we only get white dragons while we're here, you know? We're going to have to keep a little bit of an eye out. and it's related to Othanzia is related to Vorugal. Why is Othanzia related to Vorugal? Right, because Vorugal's from Othanzia. That's right. Isn't there someone else? Did I make I don't know if I made an NPC for Rhymefang. I did make an NPC for Rhymefang. I also need to remind myself who hired them for Rhymefang. I need to go back and figure that out. But they were as part of the Slayer's Take. Lair was very near Vasselheim in Othanzia. As part of the one dragon type per continent, do I have Rhymefang on there? I do. Okay. I do. Thank you. She brought me my water from wherever I left it. Okay. I think that's really all we're going to do. The main thing that I am looking out for right now is white dragons. If we see very prominently a white dragon featured in this next little bitty, I'm going to be thinking about thinking about this one dragon type per continent theory much harder. If we see only evidence of white dragons on Othanzia, this is going to be a consideration. I'm just saying. What does our overall graph look like now? Probably not substantially different. Yeah, it's mostly just Vox, Iman. The Clasp has a lot going on with it. But those are our big kind of standout dots right now. Interesting. Okay. I think that's about it. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about, I'm a little worried about my voice, but also that's one of the reasons I want to start getting up earlier is because when I get up earlier, I read people's messages more thoroughly. Sorry, John. And I also do like the good things for my voice. Like when I get up early, I make tea in the morning. I do all that shit. So that's one of the reasons I'm trying to get up earlier. But yeah, literally just caught up to you live at the very end. What up, Ron? It was a shorter stream, or at least on the shorter side. But that's also because the second half of this was just really short. This is a much shorter second half than maybe traditional CR. But yeah, I think that's gonna do it. Tomorrow, I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do tomorrow. I have to decide that tonight. We're going live at 11:30. It's just debatable on what it'll actually be. And then Wednesday will be EP 43. It'll be EP 43 unless something incredibly unexpected happens. Or unless I decide something very different, SGM is streaming BG3 at the moment. Wait a second, is he? Wait. I think I can... Wait. Super Geek Mike. Oh, I can't link out. I was going to add a redirect at the end of mine, but it looks like I can't. Weird. I'll have to look into that later. Excited about next episode? Thank you. I'm excited too. So we'll do 43 on Wednesday. Again, unless something weird happens. Which something might. Schedule's a little in flux right now, especially because the Dagger Heart schedule isn't set, so bear with me on that. I don't think this will happen, but if the players were like, JK, I can actually only do it this Wednesday, we would supplant Critical Role for that. But I'm guessing about 90% EP 43 on Wednesday. Hopefully, Mike might have disabled rating potentially. Oh, is he live on Twitch? He's probably live on Twitch, not on YouTube. Wait, raid channel. Why did it... Wait, what the fuck? Oh, there we go, raid channel. Okay, can I look it up on here? Super Geek Mike. Aha! I can raid. Okay. I'm gonna raid from, no, he's on YouTube? I only see him on Twitch. I do see him on Twitch. But yeah, it looks like he hasn't disabled raiding. I don't know why I couldn't redirect on YouTube. That's super weird. Might have to look into that. Anyways, didn't open Twitch. Weird. Yeah. YouTube wouldn't let me for some reason, but Twitch absolutely will. Weird. All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and do a raid onto Mike's. And we'll do something tomorrow. Don't know what yet. And then most likely, oh my God, excuse me. Most likely, episode 43 on Wednesday. I'll see you there. I'm going to start a raid because I don't know what it looks like. I'm going to start a raid before okay. All right. Oh, we're raiding in like 7 seconds. All right, sick. Okay. So now I'm going to end the actual stream here.